Fellas, can you listen to me? These are the rules of engagement. If you wanna stay in this game, don't play with danger. I never let nobody spin me over. I was a fighter from the start. I fought like a soldier. My body was sober. I guess I was my own worst enemy. You saved me, boy, you knocked me down. Was never looking for you, but you taught me out. Look one by one, the pages remind me you'll always be a villain. For you, angels have fallen. Now they're gone. See, now they're gone. Forever gone from the hell that serves as my one and only home. Though it may hurt today, tomorrow I'll be heading my way. I tried. What did we expect? My dearest friend, tell me when we shall make it end. So let me take your hand like one of those magnet tip, tappity tappity tap. That's the last step. Spending my no prom, longing for this moment, brewing all this hatred. So I have a reason to see you down. Don't you worry, I saved a spot for recycle bin. Your neighbor addresses point to the boss. Stop now, one by one. Your desires convince me you've always been human. For you, the shells have fallen. Now they're gone. See, now they're gone. Forever gone from the stage that allowed us our one and only dreams. What's more to say? Pain always catches up to those who chooses to stay. Though it may hurt today, tomorrow I'll be heading my way. Look one by one, the pages remind me you'll always be a villain. For you, angels have fallen. Now they're gone. See, now they're gone. Forever gone from the hell that serves as my one and only home. Though it may hurt today, tomorrow I'll be heading my way. I tried. What did we expect? My dearest friend, tell me when we shall make it end. So let me take your hand like one of those magnet tip, tappity tappity tap. That's the last step. Sing da da di da do di da do, la do da di da do di do. Spending my no prom, longing for this moment, brewing all this hatred. So I have a reason to see you down. Don't you worry, I saved a spot for Open the curtains, lights on. Don't miss a moment of this experiment. Oh, the book is strange, like clockwork orange. Keep your eyes buttered till the end. Which you are going to be. Inside the mirror, do you see someone else in the body? Transform me one hand, two hand, three hand. Turn around, say like a doggy till I finish my beat. Cut it off, cut down your nose. All the silver loyalty is gonna get you killed in the room. But all convenient theories for the puppets on TV. There is comfort in the streets if you're gonna control me. At least make it interesting theatrically. How does it feel to be free? Why don't you try it yourself? The gate opened on me, so I leap down, down, down I go. I tell myself I'm a tough girl. Down, down, down I go. I could never, ever, ever touch the soil. My heart goes right, my head goes left, and end up on your bed. Sure, I'll be your marionette. Here, tug on my thread. Spread me a bed for cutting against the white heart. Take little beauty. Maybe we're all cool machines stuffed in the human skin. With human sins sold up by the gods of city. Cut it out, you've already lost. All the precious bravery is gonna get you hurting. They wrote the fates on them and already made us self-centered believe. The truth is, if you're gonna replace me, at least have the audacity to kill me thoroughly.
YouTube Premium es YouTube sin anuncios y acceso exclusivo al contenido VIP. Ahora puedes
Open the curtains, lights on. Don't miss a moment of this experiment. Oh, the book is strange, like clockwork orange. Keep your eyes buttered till the end. Which you are going to be. Inside the mirror, do you see someone else in the body? Transform me one hand, two hand, three hand. Turn around, say like a doggy till I finish my beat. Cut it off, cut down your nose. All the silver loyalty is gonna get you killed in the room. But all convenient theories for the puppets on TV. There is comfort in the streets if you're gonna control me. At least make it interesting theatrically. When does it hit for me? Think I am done with everything. Now I'm ready to leave. Dragging out one line, two lines, three lines. Connect our hands when I no longer can live on knowledge alone. You gave me strength, hopeful curiosity. You're still happy answers I for my discovery. What's the color of the electric shape you see? And if you love me, can you love your everything too for me? Open the curtains, lights on. Don't miss a moment of this experiment. Oh, the book is strange, like clockwork orange. Keep your eyes buttered till the end. Which you are going to be. Inside the mirror, do you see someone else in the body? Transform Open the curtains, lights on. Don't miss a moment of this experiment. Oh, the book is strange, like clockwork orange. Keep your eyes buttered till the end.
Receive a voicemail.
En la app de YouTube Music puedes disfrutar de tus canciones favoritas en segundo plano, mientras tú limpias todo ese desorden. En primer...
ワン、ツー、ワン、ツー、スリー。エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エ 「 助けに行こう。永遠生のウサギたちはいつも無邪気。ほらまた誰かに呼ばれてるよ。ヘイホーエリエリ助けてエリさあ行こう。エリエリ助けて今日も叫んでみる。不老不死と裏切りの
私は私それだけ夢見てる何も見てない語るも無駄な自分の言葉悲しむなんて疲れるだけよ何も感じず過ごせばいいの戸惑うことは与えられても自分の心ただ上の空もし私から動くのならば全て変えるのなら黒にするこんな自分に未来はあるのこんな世界に私はいるの今切ないの今悲しいの自分のこともわからないまま歩むことさえ疲れるだけよ人のことなど知りもしないわこんな私も変われるのならもし変われるのなら白になる流れてく時の中ででも気だるさがほらぐるぐる回って私から離れる心も見えないわそう知らない自分から動くこともなく時の隙間に流され続けて知らないわ周りのことなど私は私それだけ夢見てる何も見てない変わるも無駄な自分のことが悲しむなんて疲れるだけよ何も感じず過ごせばいいの戸惑うことが与えられても自分の心ただ上の空もし私から動くのならば全て変えるのなら黒にする動くのならば動くのならば全て壊すわ全て壊すわ悲しむならば悲しむならば私の心白く変われるあなたのことも私のことも全てのこともまだ知らないの重いもの開けたならば全て壊すのなら黒になら
Waking from the demon dream, same old road and naughty night, breaking down big necklace, so damn. Show me your unique nation, just say that go with your action, I've seen them saving, gently hiding, get them fighting. Even a little love to say, it all disappears, even happiness, even grief. Take your loss, just let them cycle, don't wrong. Can you feel so much feel? Feel is a game, and you ど輝く星のように栄光希望をなんとかして灰の天才中才トップ目指して Lonely, 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 got a sense for you. My the spell is nothing you can do. This is a Let's go. Touch me, get arrested. Kiss me, hair busted. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, you say you're sorry, but can't really hear you. Get personally, guys, in the filter. Yeah, I don't want to be like the bite the likes of you. Just go us, you're dirty enough with mud now. We have a dating court. Then there's on the way to come take you away. The reason all you are a horrible guy. Why don't you go and die? What would your parents say if they found you sipping like this? Oh, thank you. Good job. Lonely, lonely, got a sense for you. Creepy cat, you're on the loose. What do you do? You're not a normal person. Just please go away from me. Lonely, 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 got a sense for you. When I ring spell, there's nothing you can do. All of my kinds are wonderful. My amazing only sons. Please go rest in peace now. Your new paradise. You always disgusting people. Touch me, get arrested. Kiss me, and you're busted. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll make friends and freeze 'em. It's time for the freeze and the family meeting. So those clothes use of yours, clean them out real well. And listen carefully, pervert. Nobody. Damn gross. So annoying. Can you please shut the fuck up? I hate you. Feel bad for you. You're so clean, so weak. Now here's the thing. You're so hopeless. There's no hope. You fall in a trash can. Filth this is vacuum 100 again. Keep still sad. Activating prism. Me beam. One more time. Me beam. Day of wrath, the day it rained blood on the sacred internet. A ray of light that purifies one down to the bone. Forgives everything. All the creepy guys out there in the world, I'll gather them all like Pokemon. So pure and clean, my canvas cries with impurities drawn upon. Roll me young, go turns around and looks at you, softly taking your hand. But it was all a dream after all. And disappointing everyone around you. Hey, tell me. Leaving doesn't get it at all. Lonely, lonely guards here for you. Time for you to go away, so bye-bye. You filthy leaves are so done. I'll put you down with these hands of mine. Lonely, 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 got a sense for you. When I ring spell, there's nothing you can do. All of my kinds are wonderful. My amazing only sons. Please go rest in peace now. In paradise. That is salvation's true. Requiem. It's me, Sashi. ごめんなさいが聞こえない。作戦ロリコリラクリーム。Yeah, really, really disgusting. ラブとジョイパーティションはない君だけが特別じゃないんだ反省とか私に求められても本当やったり勘違いしないで起きてなんて期待の時が忘れるの最初やれたとやれと決まって伝えたじゃんお順調さま味わが
Deep-Oaken was almost perfect. One word I would use to describe it is precise, which is incredibly rare on this game platform. But, as we're seeing right now, the game is losing this precision, which gave it its charm in the first place. From what I'm seeing, not many people seem to care about this. I'm guessing most players have not seen the game's upbringing. People just found this game like it is right now, in its messy glory, and we're fine with it, without knowing why it stood out from its countless anime elemental battleground looking ass peers in the first place. But I have been here since the Dark Ages, and as we know, people see that as the game's early beginnings, its sort of beta state. Layer 2 is where the game really started, and I would agree, the game actually became playable. The quality of life changes they started bringing, the amount of content and things to do were in the literal sense game-changing. New players started flocking to the game, because now at least it was kind of playable. And old players came back, because now you didn't need to overcome 20 hurdles to actually start playing the game. The community saw that the game developers were listening this entire time, and we just needed to let them cook. But then, at the same time when all of this was happening, then I saw it. What in the fuck is this Kugo Vegeta looking ass? This was the first thing that made me question this game's future. Is it really going to lose its only trait and go down the path of bullshit and contrast overload? Let me remind you that like the most explosive thing we had is Rising Flame, and this, in my opinion, was way out of this game's atmosphere. Now I was asking myself, why can you go Super Saiyan 2 in Deep Pokken? I was really scared that the game is going to get ruined and become a mess, the complete opposite of what made it special in the first place. And I guess I was kinda right. Why? Why did all of this happen? Well, I have a theory. So when players which know nothing besides over-contrasted, over-tuned bullshit come to our beloved game and react very positively when devs add weeb shit, the devs just add more, because from their perspective, that's what the community wants. But is that really what the game needs? Maybe it's what the ADHD kids want, but if they keep adding these features and mechanics, Deep Pokken is just going to become the same mush as everything else on this platform. Even though the game was way more playable now, I started feeling that the charm was fading. The game felt so much more alive, the influx of new players, the new things to do besides fucking farming luck was great. But let me remind you that me and many others went through all of that shit in the dark ages just to get a chance to play the game, because it was so fucking good and clean. Now each time I log into the game, I just feel exhausted from all the shit on my screen. Getting ragdolled all over the place first second I enter combat, put in a combo where I lose 90% of my HP even though I was spamming vent. Meanwhile, I can't see anything because I'm looking at the Sydney Firework Festival on my monitor.
What the fuck is going on?
Doesn't that whole gameplay loop just feel helpless? Even when you're the one presenting them with a fireworks show, doesn't it just feel cheesy? Because before it was all about that goddamn precision. Who clicked F better, won. I'm not saying that skill expression in this game is totally gone. It just feels like the whole fight is based around who will get the cheesy hit in first and snowball their combo, whilst the guy getting comboed just prays and spams them. Have you not noticed that the most intense fights are when you and your opponent are both low level, only have a couple of mantras and shitty gear? That's when I feel like the game shines. When each player gets a fighting chance, making every parry and decision matter. And not like we have it now, where... Whoops. My bad. Besides the developers adding lots of weeb stuff, which is its own sort of bloat, there's other bloat in the game too. I wouldn't say it's the classic feature bloat because this is an open world game and you can learn and take in the game at your own pace, but it's stat or big number bloat. Maybe power creep, I don't really know, and it doesn't really matter how I call it. Basically, too much everything. Too much damage, too much HP, too much resists, too much AoE, too much lifesteal, too much ether, you get the idea. I can can kind of use League of Legends as an example here because the Deep Woken devs are using it as an example too. League is dealing with the same problem, where you can one-shot an entire team with one spell or heal for a gazillion health for zero reason. Pretty much the same thing that we have in Deep Woken. So in League's case, the community pushed back, and the devs listened, trying to get it fixed, with the least amount of work of course. But obviously, they didn't fix the problem, because it's Riot. You might as well be talking to a wall. But my point is that this has been a problem for other games too. And in this case, with Deep Woken, the developers actually listen and do their jobs, more than the multi-billion-dollar company. The most obvious case of this in the actual game I can bring up is the addition of tempo, venting, and parry cooldowns. This completely, and I mean completely, changed how the game's combat worked. At the time, the game was dealing with the alleged problem of parry trading and ether management. So they decided to pretty much change the whole system that has been working well for the entirety of the game's lifespan. They revamped the whole system and added a completely new stat, tempo. It was supposed to be a fix for the parry trading issue by adding a parry cooldown, allowing for more comboing opportunities, but also adding a venting feature at a cost of tempo to get out of set combos so you don't take a nap mid-combo like in other games. People were kinda skeptical about this change. Wouldn't say they were displeased, but not very happy either. It was just kinda meh. But one thing that I didn't mention is that they also mixed tempo with ether, which I personally don't understand why. I remember people celebrating that mage builds are finally going to be no more, and you can't just run around and spam mantras from 200 yards away. But God, only if they knew what was coming. Before the changes, Ether was a basic combat mechanic like in any other game that you just had to learn, stopping players from just spamming mantras. With the addition of tempo, it felt like Ether was a thing of the past. You got so much of it from just playing the game. You hit someone, tempo. You get hit, tempo. You exist, tempo. Wife leaves you, tempo. And the main consumer of this tempo was venting, because it was basically a free ever jail card. But on the other side, ether regen took pretty much none, meaning if you even had a bit of tempo, your ether bar was probably full. This whole rework allowed you to pick the most powerful mantras and putting a gorillion mantra modifiers on them on any build without really thinking about it, in turn making pretty much every build now a mage build, creating clutter and kind of removing the simpler, weaker mantras because there was no more reason to pick up the less ether consuming mantras. Just in general, each new update we get a mantra that's flashier and flashier. How far do we need to go until we're charging up fucking spirit balls? Basically, that update kind of removed ether, and the only thing holding me back was the cooldowns, until you get a shiny gem. The only time you hear the no ether sound now is when you're fighting against a shadow build. I think these changes were one of the main reasons that the game transitioned from mainly dealing damage from your M1s to mainly dealing damage with fireworks. I know this sounds like an old man reminiscing about the old days when we needed to cross the Atlantic Ocean to play Deep Woken. But in the end, what I'm trying to explain here is that the game is shifting away from the simple, clean combat it once had, where mantras were just a mix-up or a cool combo extender, and you actually still needed to hit them with your weapon, to where mantras and cheese are just the base part of the whole experience. Again, this is just from my perspective over the years seeing the game change. I'm just trying to bring light to this subject, see if there's any other players that think the same. Maybe I'm just uneducated and old. Maybe this is what's best for the game in the end. The devs can add anything they please to their game, and if that's what the players want too, so be it. I just feel like that the game I fell in love with is gone.
The entire Naruto series has spanned 15 full years, and when it finally ended, fans were so upset that Kishimoto-sensei said, "Here, have this," and gave us Boruto. Love it or hate it, or love it. You have no choice. Boruto continues on, but for such a fresh series, a lot of fans might wonder what built up to the Boruto series. What's the history? I literally just started with Boruto and didn't even know there was a show before it. Well, have no fear. Your local Naruto historian is here. Let's get to work with a quick timeline of events. Close to 1,000 years ago, we have prehistory. We call it that because nobody cared to make a book or anything really describing it to us. We know they could read and write because we've seen them do as much, but I guess for a group of people who decided that the coolest names for the two countries would be the land of this and the land of that, we can't really expect much. That is, until a certain group of people appear. Enter Kaguya and Ishiki Otsutsuki. As Otsutsuki, their whole shtick is being an invasive species and killing everything for their own benefit. They decide to plant a big-ass tree that's designed to literally suck the life out of the planet like a freaking straw. But to do that, someone has to sacrifice themselves. Ishiki's like, okay Kaguya, time to get in the creature's mouth. But Kaguya was like, lol, Uno reverse card, and cuts bro in half. For some reason, she decides to only feed the Ten Tails the lower half of Ishiki, while the upper half pulls a Darth Maul and slinks away seething. He jumps into a wandering monk's ear and makes bro his new servant. Why Kaguya did this, I don't know, but at this point I'm halfway sure she's just bipolar, so I guess that's the answer. She decides to see what this humanity has to offer. She meets the king, and the king was like, damn girl, wanna have an affair or something? And Kaguya was like, sure, okay. She ends up getting pregnant, but totally forgets the king's rule of not assaulting foreign dignitaries, and bro decides to have her whacked. All he manages to whack is Kaguya's favorite handmaiden though, and so Kaguya was like, oh hell no. She goes, takes the fruit, and decides that everyone should sleep with the fishes, literally. But halfway through, she feels bad, I guess. And she sets some people free, only wiping their memory. But she still rules over them with an iron fist, and occasionally sends them off to become tree fertilizer. As I said, she might be bipolar. Anyway, she pops out 2 offspring who are half human, half born alien. One has very special eyes, and the other just has regular eyes. I don't know, probably about 20 years later, said boys are older now, and end up seeing that their wonderful mom might not be as wonderful as she seems. She's pretty much taken over the world and is killing people every so often. They decide to have a civil conversation with her that ends with her saying, I gave you life and I can take it away too. She merges with the god tree to become a monster, and then she takes La Chancla to her kids for about a month until the 2 boys decide it's time to move out and send her to the old folks home that we call the moon. Oh yeah, by the way, the moon was created in this battle and nobody cared enough to write it down. So the guy with the special eyes, Hagoromo, decides to stay here, while his brother, the less specialized boy, decides that he's a mama's boy and wants to live on the moon. More years pass. Hagoromo is now the father of 2 boys. I guess twins run in the family. Just like before, one is born with special eyes, and the other is born with not special eyes. But unlike before, the one that was sweet as a pixie stick is the one with stupid regular eyes. And that makes the one with the actually cool eyes kinda jealous. Basically, the one with cool eyes said, you like your other son more than me. And Hagoromo was like, yes. So Indra, the cool-eyed boy, decides that he's gonna use chakra for evil and decides to destroy everyone. He fails though, and swears eternal vengeance against his family. He says that he'll keep reincarnating over and over and over again until he proves that he should have always been the favorite. But Ashura, the not special-eyed boy, decides to swear eternal not vengeance with his father, and vows to reincarnate to prove why he should always be the favorite. Hagoromo, having had enough of their crap, decides to just have a stroke and die. Thus begins the Warring States period. Now, once again, nobody cared enough to write anything down during this time. I guess it's because they just didn't really care about anything else except making babies and killing each other in an endless war that ironically was never called a world war. I mean, the 4th Shinobi World War is more or less just a coalition against terrorism, and that's called a world war, but the bloodiest war in history? Nah, just a feud. 100-ish years before Naruto. Anyway, about 900 years or so after Kaguya and Ishiki came to Earth, Ishiki is still alive inside of Jigen and is biding his time. The descendants of Indra and Ashura have called themselves the Uchiha and Senju respectively, and they hate each other so bad they don't even remember why. They probably could have stopped for a while and maybe thought it out, but as a people who can't even remember to keep a journal about the history of the world, they decide it's better just to tell their family that it's duty, just keep going. That is until 2 babies are born. One's name is Hashirama Senju and the other's name is Madara Uchiha. And before you guess, yes, these are the 2 reincarnations of the 2 sons of Hagoromo. You'd think they would hate each other, right? No. They actually meet by a river and have a pissing contest. They become BFFs for real. Their family pulls them apart though, and in some twisted Romeo and Juliet-like crap, Hashirama wants Madara to forsake his name. For a rose by any other name is just as sweet. But Madara decides, nah, I'm just gonna kill ya, and flushes their entire friendship down the toilet like the little turd he is. So the war continues. All of Hashirama's brothers die save the overly serious one, and the same is true of Madara, though his last brother is killed by Hashirama's overly serious brother. In his last moments on Earth, Madara's brother rips out his own eyes and gives them to his blind bro. Madara decides to use those eyes to get revenge, but sadly, he was a crappy leader, and his entire clan surrenders out from under him. Hashirama wants him to be a friend, but Madara's like, KYS. Hashirama says, "Fine, maybe I will," and Madara's like, wait bro, I was just joking. Don't do that. And so the two become friends again and decide to build a single village with all their pals. Despite this, Madara continues to be toxic and literally threatens the lives of two dignitaries, saying, "Listen, Peewees, we're stronger than you. Swear loyalty to us or we'll kill ya." Madara does not kill them, but he does teach them what intimidation is, and so those nations begin intimidating all the other little nations around them and end up starting little wars all over the place. Hashirama's like, "Bro, seriously?" And Madara's like, "Can I still be second Hokage though?" Yeah, that wasn't happening. And because he didn't get his way, Madara decides to start yet another war with the Senju. But the Uchiha are like, "Man, we're living in peace. We've finally decided that dying for no reason is uncool. Go screw yourself." Madara, having been told no a second time, decides to kill everyone, and essentially leaves the server called Konoha, only to sock puppet about 12 times, getting kicked by Hashirama alone. Then Madara decides to bring the Nine Tails with him, and Hashirama's like, "Hell no, I'm about to end this guy's whole career." So he waits until Madara can hardly keep his eyes open during battle and stabs him in the back. Madara dies, but he casts a jutsu to undo it, and undies about 2 days later after Tobirama was done with his autopsy. Bet that was fun. Gotta know how damn eyeballs work. Hashirama decides to take his wife and says, "Dear wife, would you like me to put a new life into your tummy?" And she's like, "Yes, Hashirama." So Hashirama seals the Nine Tails inside of her. Mito is probably like, "That wasn't what I had in mind." Hashirama then discovers that his main gimmick of using wood jutsu is actually really good at capturing tailed beasts, so he goes and encroaches upon 8 other sacred temples and decides to turn the most dangerous and venerated spirits in the world into his little purse chihuahuas. But what's worse, Tobirama makes him sell them to other nations. Yes, selling weapons of mass destruction to my enemies could never go wrong. A whole world war starts. And as Hashirama's dying on the battlefield for undisclosed reasons, I'm sure his last thought was, "I wish I never listened to Tobirama." Ironically, Tobirama became second Hokage here, but that didn't last much longer than a month because he died just a little later to the Gold and Silver brothers after passing his title off to literally the first person he could think of, which was Hiruzen. Another bad choice by Tobirama. 40-ish years before Naruto. So begins the era of the empty chair. Hiruzen literally makes the worst decisions possible, and that leads to not only 1 but 2 world wars. The last one he surrendered in while winning. At this time, he takes on 3 students, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Fun fact, Tsunade was Hashirama Senju's granddaughter. He trains them up as best he can, but Orochimaru was always a bit of a snake in the grass. Sometime during this era though, a bunch of nations got together and conspired against Konoha's greatest ally, Uzo Shiogakure, also known as the Hidden Eddy Village. At that time, a young girl named Kushina transfers to Konoha. A woman and man who had already left the village gave birth to a baby and named it Nagato. By the way, remember when I said Madara Uchiha undied? Well, after escaping, he used Hashirama Senju's cells to fix his wounds and then cloned the guy. I don't get it, but Hashirama Senju's cells basically become a miracle substance from here on out. Not only did they heal Madara's wounds, but they also bestowed upon him the legendary dojutsu known as the Rinnegan, only ever awakened by Hagoromo, and literally everybody else from the Boruto series. Sadly though, he's already an old prune by this time and cannot use them. So he takes them out and gives them to the newly born Nagato, who would grow up believing that they were his to start with. During the Second Shinobi World War, Jiraiya finds Nagato and his friends and decides to train them before leaving them again. He then decides to train a young shinobi named Minato Namikaze, as well as 2 other unimportant pupils. Poor guys. Minato ends up getting a crush on Kushina. Yes, these are the parents of Naruto, just in case he didn't know. During the Third Shinobi World War, Minato gets recognized as one of the most powerful shinobi in the world, and even trains another person who would become Hokage, that being Kakashi. He also trains Rin and Obito. Rin dies, but Obito actually survives and basically becomes Ninja Darth Vader to Madara's Ninja Emperor Palpatine. After being crushed by a rock, Obito gives his Sharingan to a half-blinded Kakashi. Definitely not something he'll regret later. He accepts his fate and prepares to die, but instead he's rescued by Madara, who decides this boy should be half Hashirama Senju, and gives him a freaking body transplant because Hashirama Senju's cells are just that packs. Madara then tells him about cause and effect, love and hate, and gives him a demonstration. Madara gets Rin killed but doesn't tell Obito that he killed her, which causes Darth Obito to fully commit to the dark side. Madara then decides to entrust the future of his plan to a 12-year-old and self-oofs by turning off his life support system. His last words being something akin to, "You better bring me back to life, ya hear?" During this time, Obito roams the world, making allies and seeding discord. He tries to befriend Nagato, but when Nagato's friends get in the way, he manipulates Hanzo and Danzo, no, they're not related, into having them killed. This cripples Nagato and causes him to change his name to Pain. Pain accepts Obito. As the Third Shinobi World War comes to an end, Konoha decides that they've had enough. So Hiruzen goes the way of Richard Nixon and resigns before he can be impeached for being a total loser. Instead, he names Minato Namikaze as the 4th Hokage, and the Fire Daimyo, a guy who looks like he couldn't care less, says, sure, why not? So Minato became the Hokage. Naruto Prelude, 1,000 years after Kaguya. Minato and Kushina love each other very much, and so they decide to have a baby. A tiny little bean in the oven is conceived and named Naruto, but Kakashi is depressed because everyone he loves died. So Minato decides to remind him why life matters by making him his wife's personal bodyguard. However, after Kushina comes to full term, Darth Obito shows up to take Kushina's Nine Tails because, as it turns out, the secret plan Madara told him was that they could use the 10 Tails to cast the world into a dream world, where everything is perfect, and all it would require was the simple task of capturing 9 gods. Easy peasy, right? Well, he knows that the sealage Jinchuriki has weakens when a woman is giving birth, so Obito decides to crash Naruto's 0th birthday party and kill his mom. He manages to pretty much do that, but forgets that Minato is Minato and ends up getting his ass whooped and kicked out of the village. Minato manages to seal half of the Nine Tails into his son while taking the other half with him to the grave. Naruto is then left orphaned, and Hiruzen decides to become Hokage again. What could go wrong? Well, let me list the things. Number 1. The Uchiha clan end up being massacred because Hiruzen didn't stop Danzo from being racist. Number 2. The Hidden Cloud village attempts to kidnap Hinata Hyuga for her Byakugan, but fails and then later pledges war unless Hiruzen turns over Hiyashi Hyuga. Instead, Hiruzen sends Hiyashi's twin brother instead. Never be a twin in the Naruto world. Number 3. Orochimaru experiments on like 100 different villagers, and then when Hiruzen finds him and literally everyone says, "Kill him!" Hiruzen decides to peace out and let Orochimaru escape. Number 4. Despite knowing who and what Naruto is, he decides that the best way to take care of him is to let the 4-year-old take care of himself in an apartment all by himself. And then he refuses to stop the village from committing hate crimes against him. Despite Naruto being a hero, Hiruzen lets him suffer because he doesn't want to take responsibility. As you can see, there's a reason why he was almost impeached. But despite this, Naruto somehow manages to stay optimistic, mostly by becoming a juvenile delinquent. This sets off the spark inside of him that makes him want to become Hokage, so he joins the academy where he fails multiple times. Naruto era, 1012 years after Kaguya. Naruto finally passes the test only after stealing a scroll and reading how to do a harder version of the ninjutsu he couldn't do before. For real, what are they teaching these kids in school? If Naruto can learn a harder jutsu just by reading about it, then what the heck was Irika-sensei doing in that classroom? Well, after graduating, Naruto's like, oh boy, I get to be a genin. I sure hope I get to be on a team with Sakura, and I sure hope that stupid Sasuke isn't gonna be there. Naruto then gets put on a team with Sakura and Sasuke. Kakashi is chosen to be their sensei, and he tests their teamwork by making them try to solve an impossible task. He has to set the bar super low because Naruto is Naruto, and in the end, they pass it and go on to become his students. But it's not all it's cracked up to be. Naruto's like, believe it, I want a cooler mission, one with death and fighting and constant danger. And Hiruzen's like, okay, let me hook you up. This is the start of the Land of Waves arc. And they have to follow an old guy back to his village that's owned by the Ninja Mafia, but along the way they get attacked by 2 different teams of mercenaries. They manage to beat both, but Kakashi's use of Obito's Sharingan leaves him bedridden. During this time, Naruto trains himself half to death and meets the series' first gender-fluid character, Haku. He's a pretty boy that likes pretty dresses, but will also kill you deader than a possum on a highway if you threaten his master. Naruto befriends Haku, but does not realize that Haku is his enemy. Naruto also meets another boy who he doesn't like, but ends up becoming friends with, named Inari. In the end, they have to fight Haku and his master Zabuza on the bridge, where we get a Sasuke death fake-out that makes Naruto awaken his Nine Tails powers. Naruto comes to realize that the world sucks, and that good guys can be just as bad as bad guys, and proceeds to make Zabuza cry with his Talk no Jutsu. Zabuza sacrifices himself to kill his employer and avenges the death of Haku, and everyone goes home. Despite this only being their first real mission, Kakashi decides to put them in the Chunin exams. He's like, yo, Hiruzen, I'm speedrunning these kids. I want to put them in the exam. Hiruzen accepts, and then Asuma and Kurenai decide to do the same. Thus, the Rookie Nine are born. Everyone signs up and Rock Lee beats the crap out of Sasuke, only to have a manly cry with Might Guy before doing a million laps. As the exams start, Naruto is faced with his kryptonite, a written test. But through gutsiness and plot armor, he manages to pass. Then comes the Forest of Death, where Orochimaru shows up creepily and decides to hyperfixate on owning the body of a young boy. Bro might as well have showed up in a white van offering candy. He bites Sasuke's neck and gives him the world's most evilest hickey and then flees the scene. Sasuke, with his newfound hickey powers, ends up halfway destroying Orochimaru's not-so-loyal servants who have come to kill him. He only stops when Sakura reminds him that true power comes not from hickeys, but from love, something that becomes a main theme in the series. They survive the Forest of Death and end up going on to the final round, which is a fist fight. Sasuke, however, for fear of succumbing to the hickey, decides to fight with only his fists instead of ninjutsu and actually manages to pass. He then has Kakashi put an evil hickey-sealing jutsu on him to make sure that the thing doesn't cause him any more issues. After the first rounds, they get a month off, and Naruto meets with Jiraiya and decides to learn how to become a better shinobi. For a month, they train, and Naruto learns to utilize his tailed beast as well as his Rasengan. All the while, Kakashi teaches Sasuke how to use Chidori. The Chunin exams finally continue, but get crashed by Orochimaru, who kills Hiruzen. Such a horrible loss for Konoha. Naruto and Sasuke end up beating up Gaara, who was actually supposed to be a threat, but just had a mental breakdown and ran. Home. Despite beating him up, they still let him run away, making it the most useless fight ever. But hey, Naruto's let's be friends personality is enough to push through even schizophrenia and makes Gaara normal. After this though, Konoha needs a new Hokage, so they decide the best person to choose is an alcoholic woman who spends her golden years gambling in Naruto, Las Vegas. They go there but find that she's meeting with Orochimaru. They fear that she's joining him, but instead she betrays the Snake Man and tries to kill him. Tsunade, despite being a doctor, is scared of looking at blood, so the more she fights, the less effective she'll become. But with Naruto and Jiraiya's help, she is victorious. Returning home, Sasuke is pissed off at Naruto. He basically says, "Why are you Kishimoto's favorite? I work hard all day and I only learn Chidori. Then you hang out with an old grandpa outside a woman's bathhouse and now you can topple gods?" And Naruto's response is basically, cope. So the two fight and nearly kill each other and Sakura, but they're stopped by Kakashi, who tells them that they're all idiots. Later that night, the Sound Four show up and tell Sasuke that the power of his Hiki will be enough to grant him the power of fratricide, and that all he has to do is come over to Orochimaru's house. Sasuke decides to take this offer up, but Sakura tries to stop him, and he gives the most confusing love confession to her before knocking her ass out. Naruto and the others decide to go after Sasuke, but each get caught by the Sound Four plus Kimimaro, who is another member nobody mentioned until now. But with the help of Rock Lee and Gaara, the Sound Four are defeated. Naruto fights Sasuke at the Valley of the End, and Naruto's like, what does Orochimaru have that Konoha doesn't have? And Sasuke says candy and fratricide. So the two fight, but Sasuke beats Naruto and leaves the village. End of Shippuden, 1015 to 1017 years after Kaguya. Naruto, after training with Jiraiya for about 2.5 years, finally comes back to the village, ready to hunt Sasuke down and free him from the Hiki Snake's control. But before he can do that, he learns that Gaara got kidnapped by the Akatsuki, and so he's sent to rescue Gaara. As he does though, he finds Gaara is already dead. So Sakura and Chiyo, who is the source of misery in the Hidden Sand basically, fight against Sasori and kill him before Chiyo gives her life to save Gaara. Data Ira escapes though. Sasori, despite having been evil, decides to tell everyone about his planned meeting with Kabuto at the Tenchi Bridge. Returning to Konoha, they decide to send Team 7 along with the new member, a pale boy in a crop top named Sai, who despite smiling doesn't actually know what a smile is. He also has a killer tongue tattoo, but that's not important right now. Or maybe it is. See, he secretly works for Root, which is a secret organization within the Anbu. It's like the CIA of the CIA. It's also run by Danzo, that guy who seems to love manipulating people into killing each other. He tells Sai, hey, go kill Sasuke, he's the only Uchiha I missed. And Sai agrees because he doesn't have a personality of his own to argue back with. They meet at the bridge, but their ambush is discovered, and Orochimaru proves why he's superior to Naruto by catching him in version 2. They escape, but Sai rushes ahead to join Orochimaru, telling him he wants to join his group, and despite being a shinobi, Orochimaru naively allows this. Sai finds Sasuke and tries to kill him, but at the last moment he decides not to because apparently he's decided to have a personality now. They find the place, but Orochimaru escapes. But not before Sasuke decides to try and kill Naruto though, proving to the audience that he is a threat. After this comes the arc where they hunt down the Akatsuki. The main antagonists for this arc are Hidan and Kakuzu. Kakuzu is an Akatsuki member who kills every partner he gets, so Obito decided to hook him up with a cult member who literally can't be killed, because apparently those exist. For real, Hidan's whole existence busts the Dragon Ball world. If you can just choose to be immortal, why don't we get more of that? Anyway, they get cornered by Asuma Saratobi's group, and by the way, Asuma is the son of Hiruzen. Or shall I say he was, because Hidan decides to turn him into a pincushion and kill him. While this happens though, they send Naruto to create a new technique, and he does, but they call it a forbidden technique and tell him to never use it again. He ignores this though, and does it anyway. He helps hunt down Hidan and Kakuzu and uses his technique to kill Kakuzu, while Hidan ends up decapitated and buried. Elsewhere, Sasuke is finally fed up with Orochimaru and decides to kill him before he can take over his body. Orochimaru's like, you fool, this wasn't even my final form, but Sasuke just stares him down and kills him in that form too. Little did Sasuke know, Orochimaru's Hiki was for more than just show. Sasuke decides, now's a good time to kill my brother, so he goes and gathers his own villain team and heads off after him. All the while, Jiraiya goes to the village hidden in the rain and discovers that Nagato, now called Pain, is behind the Akatsuki, and Pain flat out kills Jiraiya without even caring about their history. Man, so cold. He just throws bro's kindness away like that. There was much popsicle melting in Naruto's future from then on. Sasuke finally finds Itachi and says, I am Sasuke Uchiha. You killed my father. Prepare to die. Itachi's like, but bro, you don't even have the Mangekyo's Sharingan. I don't need them, Sasuke says. Itachi proceeds to show him exactly why he needed them before dying suddenly of tuberculosis. But before he does, he seals away the Hiki on Sasuke's neck along with Orochimaru, who was secretly still alive. Sasuke laughs at this. Haha, victory by default, the greatest of all victories. But his happiness doesn't last long because Darth Obito takes him to the side and says, your brother actually was coerced into killing your clan. Sasuke was so upset. Why couldn't you tell me this sooner? So Sasuke changes his target to Konoha and decides to kill everyone involved in the plot against the Uchiha. Sad Naruto is still moping around, so Tsunade decides to send him to live with some frogs. While there, Naruto learns to become a sage. But while he's gone, Pain decides that he's had enough of waiting and decides to go Thanos and do it himself. Sadly, Naruto's out for milk right now, so this attack is meaningless. That is until Naruto shows up wearing his master's Haori. You know you're cooked when bro comes wearing the clothes of the man you killed. Naruto and Pain fight so hard that the quality of the animation drops massively. In the end though, Naruto tells Pain, yes, I do hate you, but I'm not gonna kill you because I don't want to be a bad guy. Pain dies anyway though, because plot justice. Tsunade's in a coma, and so she has to be replaced by Danzo, who fancies himself as the 6th Hokage and starts looking for a good place to put his face up on the rock. Probably facing toward the Uchiha compound so he can always see his handiwork. Turns out that all of his actions were based out of jealousy toward Hiruzen because he wanted to be Hokage more. And now, he is Hokage. But at his age, he can't shake his personality, so when the 5 Kage meet to discuss who the leader of the allied shinobi forces is, he tries to cheat with one of his million stolen Sharingan. But he's not as sly as he thinks because Ao catches him double dealing and gets bro ejected from the game. It's at about this time that Sasuke shows up that says, my name is Sasuke Uchiha, you killed my father, prepare to die, and chases Danzo out onto a bridge where he proceeds to kill Danzo. Or so he thought. Turns out Danzo has nothing but Uno reverse cards packed up his sleeve, but Sasuke has something even better than Uno reverse cards. A crazed and obsessed girl who he can give hickeys to whenever he wants. Drinking her like a juice box, Sasuke manages to outlast Danzo and kills him, while Darth Obito challenges the world to another war. And despite everyone being on the same side right now, they decide to call it a world war anyway. So with Danzo dead, the Fire Daimyo's like, well damn, who's left to become Hokage? Everyone in Konoha plays a massive game of not it, which Kakashi loses, so he becomes the 6th. Tsunade later wakes up and realizes she got fired. As the war starts, they send Naruto away as he and Killer Bee are the only Jinchuriki whose tailed beasts aren't captured. They meet on Turtle Island and they train, where Naruto has to hug it out with himself. He confronts Kurama, but when he can't win, he calls up his mom. She comes down from heaven with her Lechankla and beats Kurama half to death with it and lets Naruto take his chakra. Naruto uses this to achieve a form that only the Nine Tails can achieve and then uses that to realize that a whole freaking world war is going on. Feeling overwhelmed with FOMO, he and Bee rush out to join it. During the war, Itachi comes back to life, as does Pain, but after seeing the light because a crow looked at him funny, Itachi decides it's better to just team up on the cripple and seals him away forever. He then rushes off after Kabuto, Orochimaru's little friend, and Sasuke follows after. They manage to defeat him with a special genjutsu and Itachi gets to go to heaven. Sasuke decides it's better to have Orochimaru around than dead and has him revived with the hiki on the neck of Uncle Mitarashi. Together they bring Hashirama Senju, Tobirama, Double Hiruzen, and Minato Namikaze back to life. They then rush off to fight in the war. Turns out Obito never needed the Nine Tails at all because he had the Gold and Silver brothers, both of whom had Nine Tails chakra inside of them. They get fed to the Ghetto statue and it becomes the Ten Tails. It kills a lot of people, including Neji Hyuga, and then blows up all the main hero's parents before being absorbed by Obito. But with the power of friendship, they managed to rip it right out of him. During this time, Madara Uchiha managed to return to life after Zetsu forced Obito to utilize Samsara of Heavenly Life. Madara pokes Obito real hard with a big stick and then pulls out Naruto's tailed beast and becomes the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. But Naruto and Sasuke are saved by a Deus Ex Machina when Hagoromo shows up and says, "Surprise, you're both reincarnations of my sons. I've decided to finally stop showing favoritism and give you both proper love." He then gives Sasuke a Rinnegan and Naruto a new transformation. They go to fight Madara, but Madara suddenly swells up like a balloon and pops, turning into Kaguya Otsutsuki, who apparently was the puppet master's puppet master all along. That doesn't save her though, because Naruto and Sasuke seal her away into another moon in another dimension. After this, one might think that everything is said and done. Naruto and Sasuke are friends again, right? Wrong. They still hate each other, and Sasuke decides that he's gonna be the next main antagonist. But Naruto fights him, and in the process, they both lop off each other's arms. With Sasuke finally tired of being emo Prince of the Edgelords, he decides to be regular good guy Prince of the Edgelords. Naruto the Last, 1019 years after Kaguya. Well, technically it's now only 2 years after Kaguya because she came back. Ishiki's still in hiding and screwing around to find a way to reincarnate back into a better body, and Naruto is now the hero of the village. Hinata Hyuga loves him to death but is too shy to do anything about it. However, now she has a stalker. Remember when I said Hamada went to the moon? Well, all of his clan died off and now there's only one guy left. His name is Toneri, and his thing is not having eyeballs. But his other thing is having the best eyeballs when he finally gets some. Consider this Hamada's last screw you for being passed over for cool eyeballs. He stalks Hinata and is like, "Hey, wanna see a cool trick?" And she's like, "Sure." So he shows her his empty sockets and was like, "Wanna go make babies on the moon?" She was like, "No," but he's like, "Too bad, and bring your hot sister too." So Hinata and Hanabi both get kidnapped, and Toneri decides to use Hanabi for spare parts and takes her eyeballs. They turn into a dojutsu we've never heard of before called the Ten Saigon, but basically their function is to be Majora's Mask and pull the moon out from the sky. Toneri hates humanity because they killed each other, which is kind of funny because his clan did the same thing. Naruto, though, decides to go to the moon and whoops his ass for kidnapping Hinata. And in the process, he discovers he loves her and is like, "Hey, wanna get married and have babies?" And she's like, "I thought you'd never freaking ask." And so they do, and that's how the Boruto series was created. What do you think about those bad apples? That's how it went word for word. Now that you know how the Naruto series went, you're ready to understand Boruto. If you enjoyed this video, Dragon Ball can be super confusing when it comes to timelines, specifically because there are so many of them within the series. But mostly there's your canon timelines such as OG Dragon Ball, DBZ, and DBS. Then there's your non-canon but equally important timelines such as the Z movies and GT. Then there's the Xenoverse, which is just a giant cobbled together mess of everything that probably still isn't canon, but also might be in some capacity. I don't know. When Mira and Tawa show up in canon, we'll know. As I said, it's all very complicated, but who really cares? Let's just have some fun with it and see if we can't figure it out. Welcome to the Amagi. Before we begin, only 25% of our viewers are subscribed, so if you're a fan of the video, please like and double check if you're subscribed, and with that out of the way, let's get into the video. Pre-Dragon Ball era, probably 100,749 or more years before the series begins. Okay, so, a long time ago, Majin Buu showed up. Some say he was made by a wizard, and others say that he was merely found by a wizard. Since we don't know where our gum under the table originates, we'll just mark this as his first appearance. Basically, he was a destruction-hungry fella who loved killing for the fun of it. He goes to sleep for long periods of time, wakes up, kills, and then goes to sleep, and does this for a very long time. At around this time, when exactly I don't know, because this event happened during something known as the Divine Calendar, which we don't have any references to, a strange being, likely a Namekian named Zalama, creates something called the Super Dragon Balls, and patents the little stars in the middle, which seem to look like a star shape no matter what angle you look at it from. After this, about 75,749 years before the series begins, Old Kai and Beerus meet, and Beerus thinks Old Kai is a loudmouth, I can't imagine why, and seals him inside of the Z-Sword. This only happens after Old Kai fuses with an old witch. We still are never really explained how that witch got into the realm of the Kai, specifically because it's supposed to be wrong for anyone who isn't a Kai to get in there, but it is what it is. Also, if you're into to Xenoverse, Demigra, and Mechikabara fight against Cronoa for the position of Supreme Kai of Time, but she gets the ultimate one-up of her competition by sealing them both away in the butt crack of time. Nobody touches her bird. Skip ahead about 65 million years and Moro getting his butt handed to him by the Grand Supreme Kai, who puts him in space jail forever. While in space jail, they decide to axe him, but can't find an axe sharp enough to cut through his neck, so they just wait for someone stronger to come and do it for them. Also, we're never told why there are 4 Supreme Kai at this time and a Grand Supreme Kai. Does this mean that there were 4 destroyers and a Grand Destroyer too? About 5 million years ago, Bibbidi discovers Majin Buu and tries to use him as a weapon against the Kai, but he sorta loses control after Buu starts absorbing everyone, and Bibbidi begins to start questioning his life decisions. The Supreme Kai named Shin decides to question Bibbidi's life decisions too, and decides that he should make no more life decisions. Therefore, he kills Bibbidi. But nobody told him that there was a Bibbidi Jr. named Babidi who would swear eternal vengeance later and make the same bad decisions as his father. Supreme Kai locks Buu inside of a ball on Earth and just forgets about him. I mean, why not ask Beerus to destroy Buu, unless at this time old Kai was right and Beerus really was weaker than Buu. Not long after this, and by not long I mean about 4 million years and some change later, Belmod decides he wants to stop being a superhero and instead wants to destroy things for balance and becomes the It monster of the 11th universe. His first order of business, play hide and seek with Zeno and the other destroyers. Or so he would have done, but he didn't because Beerus decided not to set his alarm clock. So, Zeno was very upset, and Beerus lost a lot of respect with the other destroyers, getting a reputation of being a lazy cat, which he is. About 1100 years before Age 1, Chilled, the ancestor of Frieza, decides he wants to start being a space pirate. But because he doesn't have a final form, he gets his butt handed to him by a time-traveling Bardock who decides to kill him just because he looks like Frieza. Because of this, though, the story of the legendary Super Saiyan either does or doesn't get passed down. I'll be honest with you, I don't know where the legendary Super Saiyan story comes from. It was either Bardock or Yamashi, but I think the canon answer is Yamashi. Speaking of Yamashi, about 230-ish years before Age 1, Yamashi shows up on planet Salada. Yamashi is kind, and if you like Dragon Ball Legends, Giblet and Shallot show up somewhere around here. Yamashi is so kind that he decides to go full Itachi on his whole race for being so evil. It's also possible that Cumber was alive at this time as well. So not only does Yamashi turn into a legendary Super Saiyan to kick the butt of his whole planet, but he becomes a Super Saiyan god as well. Imagine Broly doing that and you'll know what Yamashi was doing. Somehow he fails to beat everyone. Man, Saiyans really were made of sterner stuff back in the day. Makes me wonder what made them so weak later by comparison. Just a few years later in Universe 6, their legendary Super Saiyan appears, but apparently they're not a nice Saiyan as they're remembered for all time as a demon. Think Z Broly then. So, we're now moving into the time called Age. About 261, Katas, a Namekian only really mentioned a couple of times, spits out a baby, and that baby ends up naming itself Piccolo, which is the same word used to open the door of his spaceship. I guess it would be like being named Door. It means another world, but honestly, all of the Namekians are named after either slugs or instruments, so chances are Piccolo means, well, a tiny flute. Age 430, Roshi is born, and 20 years later he climbs Korin's tower. Beerus, at this time, goes to play hide-and-seek with King Kai, but gets very upset because the planet is just too big, so he makes it really small. King Kai forgets how to make it big again and just has to live under 10 times gravity for the rest of his life. In the year 461, Piccolo decides, you know what, I love Earth and I want to be its guardian. But when he gets there, the current guardian says, nope, you got PTSD because you fought in the American Revolution. Deal with that and maybe we'll talk. So Piccolo sleeps and has a PTSD nightmare. That nightmare spawns Demon King Piccolo. Piccolo lets the Demon King version of him go and is like, oh well, and becomes the next Guardian of Earth. The old Guardian of Earth either dies or retires to be the mascot of Phantom Fireworks. During this time, Demon King Piccolo is roaming the Earth causing havoc because somehow unleashing a threat that destroys everything upon the world is the best thing a Guardian can do. Master Muitato, the master of Master Roshi, uses Evil Containment Wave on Demon King Piccolo and seals him into a rice cooker before kicking the bucket. 9 years later, the Guardian of Earth Good Piccolo, now known as Kami, decides to make some Dragon Balls, because why not? Creates 7 artifacts that can grant pretty much any wish. I'm sure that won't bite you in the butt later. Age 550, though, is where things start to get exciting because the Saiyans then land on planet Plant where the Tuffles live. They kinda live peacefully with them, but at about the year 720, the Saiyans and Tuffles decide that their planet ain't big enough for the two of them, so the Saiyans end up getting stalemated for 10 years until the next moon comes. As soon as that moon turns full though, every Saiyan on the planet decides it's time for the DK rap and starts flinging poo all the way to the king's castle. The king, seeing that his time is short, puts his mind into a fungus that is ever so sus and sends it out among the stars where it would later be found, reconstructed, and named Baby. About 11 years after though, King Vegeta III, who led the war against the Tupples, marries his bride and the two conceive a child. The following year, Vegeta IV is born. Broly is also born at this time and is then expelled for the crime of being too awesome. 2 years later though, Goku is born and Bardock wipes out Granola's entire world, but spares him because apparently he's going soft. In age 735, Frieza begins to worry that he made a mistake by using the monkeys to do all his dirty work, and in 737, Frieza decides to play the meanest game of dodgeball of all time with the Saiyans, and tags them all out of the game at once. Everyone dies except for the few that weren't on the planet at the time. 2 years later, as Beerus is getting ready for a nap, the Oracle Fish tells him that in 39 years, an opponent worth fighting will appear. So Beerus is like, Whis, set the alarm clock. I'm getting up early this millennium. Dragon Ball era, age 749 to 761. Bulma starts attending high school and finds the 2-star ball in her basement. Curious, she decides, you know what, I'ma find the rest of these. She decides that her wish will be that someday her prince will come, unaware that there is currently a prince in an attack ball flying around planets, killing the inhabitants and selling them off to Frieza. During this time, she meets Goku. He's like, you're a monster! And she's like, no, I'm a woman. They meet Roshi, who gives them the 3-star ball for rescuing his pet turtle and offers to train Goku sometime. They then get the 6-star ball for defeating Oolong, who becomes their friend, and the 7-star by putting out the fire on Mount Frying Pan. Goku also apparently proposes to marry Chi-Chi here, but as they continue their journey, the Pilaf gang, the original Team Rocket mind you, capture Goku and friends and decide to steal their balls and use them to wish for world domination. Once again, good work at being Guardian, Kame. Oolong saves the day though by wishing for a pair of frilly panties. They lock Goku and friends into a glass box to cook them in the sun, but Goku looks up and sees the moon and turns into a great ape, destroying Pilaf's castle. After this, Goku decides to go train with the perverted old sage of the island. There he meets Krillin and Launch, the latter of which Toriyama-sensei forgets even ever existed. Goku and Krillin train for a long time and end up strong enough to go to the World Tournament, where they display that they maybe trained a little bit too much. However, after this, Goku ends up throwing hands with a terrorist organization and pretty much solos it. In the year 753, Goku ends up meeting Demon King Piccolo, who has finally finished his time in the rice cooker. Krillin gets killed for the very first time, starting a long trend of getting owned by villains. Goku gets owned by Piccolo too, but after drinking some water, decides that he wants to use his Saiyan powers to flat out destroy Piccolo. And he does, but not before Piccolo somehow gives birth to himself. 3 years later, a 3-year-old Piccolo who happens to look like an adult meets Goku again, and the two fight where Goku beats his butt once more. After this, Goku marries Chi-Chi, and the two get preggers with a baby monkey named Gohan. Dragon Ball Z, age 761 to 778. Let's be honest, this is where you probably started watching Dragon Ball. Let's unpack. Goku has a brother, and he didn't know it. Also, Goku's an alien, and we didn't know it. This is where Toriyama switches from taking inspiration from Journey to the West and starts taking inspiration from Superman, Alien, Terminator, and 1001 Arabian Nights with a hint of Cinderella thrown in there. So anyway, Raditz shows up and is like, you're too nice to be a Saiyan, go commit an atrocity. Goku's like, no. Raditz then steals little crybaby Gohan and says, go commit an atrocity. Goku decides that the only atrocity he wants to commit is on Raditz's face, so he and Piccolo decide to team up for a little while, though that little while becomes forever with matching best friend tattoos. Goku ends up hugging onto Raditz too tightly, and Piccolo decides to punch both of their tickets into the afterlife, but Piccolo makes the mistake of talking too much and causes the Saiyans to come to Earth by mentioning wish-granting balls. Vegeta and Nappa hear this and are like, we could use some balls. And so they shoot off to Earth to get them some balls. For a year, everyone trains, including Goku, who meets King Kai and learns a whole bunch of cool techniques that probably won't be very useful for long, and then comes back to life once more. Goku goes to fight Vegeta for the most hyped-up battle in history. Of course, everyone dies except for Gohan and Krillin, and Vegeta kills Nappa for getting his back broken. Goku fights Vegeta, and Vegeta gets his butt kicked. But Goku also kicks his own butt, because the power of the Kaioken is just too much. Goku ends up in the hospital with everyone else, and Krillin decides to go to Namek with Bulma and Gohan to bring their friends back to life. When they get there though, they discover that the Frieza force has already occupied the planet. As it turns out, Frieza also wants some balls, and he's aiming for a set that's far bigger and more powerful. So now he's harassing every Namekian on the planet to give him their balls. Vegeta shows up hoping to get a little ball action himself and ends up fighting Kui, where Vegeta proves his power is way over 9,000! Vegeta sorta just goes on a killing spree here, and Goku's friends are sorta caught in the middle. So they decide to send Goku a message, and Goku decides to go to space too, where he trains himself half to death and beyond and sees his own power level skyrocket into about the 180,000 range. Goku lands, and Gohan is so excited that he accidentally breaks his neck on Rickum's foot. Goku goes in and shows all the Ginyu Force who's boss, but Vegeta poaches the kills off him. Goku and friends decide to team up with Vegeta for a while because everyone knows that Frieza is just too strong. Despite this, when Goku is healing, Gohan and Krillin betray everyone and decide to make their wishes early. This peeves off Vegeta, and it further peeves off Frieza, who proceeds to kick their butts until Goku wakes up. Goku eventually does wake up, but it's too late because he kills Vegeta and later kills Krillin. Goku's like, "You didn't just do that. Krillin's already died once. He killed him a second time. Nope, not in my house." And so he dyes his hair blonde and decides to show Frieza what happens when you poke a monkey too long. Also, it's the Android Saga now, and so he gives Goku heart meds that he forgot to take, and tells him, next year super powerful androids will appear and kill everyone. So everyone trains really hard, and then when the androids appear, Goku goes to fight them, but remembers that he forgot to take his heart medicine and almost freaking dies. So for the next little while, Goku is out of the fight, with Vegeta displaying that he too has learned to turn Super Saiyan and kicks the butt of those androids. However, Dr. Gero manages to escape and awakens androids 16, 17, and 18, all three of which are just punks who want to kill Goku and play video games. They head off to fight Goku, but the Z-Fighters get in the way. Vegeta tries to egg on Android 18 by calling her a girl and proceeds to get his butt beaten by that very girl. She even breaks his arm. They go after Goku, but they've moved Goku to Roshi's house, and there Goku gets better. At about the same time, Cell comes back in time to search for the androids because in the future he comes from, Trunks defeated them. This starts the Cell Saga, where Cell begins to suck people dry of all energy. Piccolo decides to fuse with Kami to become, well, Piccolo again, and Dende, a Namekian I forgot to mention from the Namek Saga, replaces Kami as Guardian. While this is happening, Vegeta and Trunks go into the hyperbolic time chamber for a day where they get a year's worth of training, which they discover isn't actually adequate. Vegeta achieves grade 2 and Trunks achieves grade 3, but while these can beat the androids and can beat imperfect and even semi-perfect Cell, it can't beat perfect Cell. And perfect Cell explains to them exactly why. Goku and Gohan train a bit too and end up discovering grade 4, which is just grade 1, but better. After this though, Cell decides to have the Cell Games, and Goku and the rest of them go to fight Cell. Goku actually does really well against Cell, but decides to throw in the towel and make a child fight for him. Because just like a bird, you gotta toss him out of the nest or they'll never learn to fly. And while he's at it, he throws Cell a Senzu Bean. Gohan gets his butt beat and everyone's like, this is horrific. But Goku's like, this is great, isn't it? Gohan then gets beat so bad that Goku eventually starts thinking that he might need to step in, but when Cell discovers what Gohan needs, he decides to give him incentive. He sends Cell Juniors to go kill his friends, and then he steps on the head of an android that Gohan doesn't really know. This is enough to awaken Super Saiyan 2, and Gohan's hair and personality become very edgy with it. Gohan plays with Cell too long and forces Cell to self-destruct, which Goku sacrifices himself to stop. Gohan curses how he's been so conceited, but despite this, Cell comes back to life somehow. Apparently, it's Namekian regeneration's fault, but let's face it, even Piccolo couldn't pull that off. Cell then eeny-meeny-miny mows his way into killing Trunks, which peeves off Vegeta because apparently he likes his son now. Gohan and Cell then get into a cool power struggle, and Gohan beats him with one hand. Cell then dies for good. I mean, Vegeta was there helping too, but most people tend to just remember the father-son Kamehameha because it is that cool. After this, we learn that Chi-Chi is pregnant, and despite this, Goku decides that he would rather stay dead. Gohan quits training because he just wants to be normal now, and Goten is born. Trunks goes back into the future and solos the androids, Cell, and even Boo all by himself, and everything is good. That is until the Boo saga begins in the original timeline. So, remember when Supreme Kai left Boo on Earth? Yeah, well, he gets discovered by Babidi and Dabura who want to revive him. Gohan at this time is trying to be a superhero, but his girlfriend threatens to dox him unless he dates her, so Gohan has no choice. Gohan starts telling everyone about a new world tournament, and everyone wants to join, including Goku, who comes back to life for 24 hours just to go experience it. While there, though, Supreme Kai shows up and awkwardly smiles Piccolo into submission. He then makes Goku and Vegeta help him find and defeat Babidi before Boo wakes up, despite the fact that Vegeta just wanted to fight Goku. They go through various levels of Babidi's ship where they have to beat a warrior in each. Goku and his crew prove to be even more than capable and even scare Supreme Kai with their strength. They even beat Dabura, but as it turns out, Vegeta decides to join the bad guys so he can fight Goku. Goku fights against him, but loses when Vegeta tricks him. Boo wakes up and Vegeta decides to be a hero and beat Boo himself, going so far as to even hug his son and self-destruct to win, only for it to have no effect. Gohan nearly dies and Goku is down for the count. Gohan gets taken to the Supreme Kai's world and Goten and Trunks get taken to the lookout for training. Goku goes there and teaches them how to use dancing to fuse, but every time they fuse they get their butt kicked because they are too proud. Goku then displays Super Saiyan 3 to buy time for Goten and Trunks, but runs out of all of his energy and goes back to heaven. Boo eventually makes friends with the martial arts champion, Mr. Satan, who is basically the Chuck Norris of the Dragon Ball world, and so Boo decides to stop being evil because apparently he didn't know it was, evil. Or so it is until someone shoots Mr. Satan and Boo's dog and nearly kills them. Boo heals them but gets so mad that he spawns an evil version of himself and eats him like a grape and becomes Super Boo. Super Boo goes to the lookout where Goten and Trunks were training. There they all get locked in the hyperbolic time chamber by Piccolo, but Super Boo screams so loud that the time chamber just decides it's had enough and kicks him out. It later does the same for Gotenks and Piccolo after Gotenks turns Super Saiyan 3. In the realm of the Kai, they've been making Gohan swing a devastatingly heavy sword. He actually gets pretty good at it, but accidentally breaks it and releases the old Kai that Beerus sealed into it. The old Kai's like, "Now listen here, Sonny, I got this ability to make you basically a super duper Saiyan without transforming, so sit down and let me do it." Gohan does, and for 25 hours he sits still and has his potential unleashed. He goes back to Earth to face Boo and actually almost kills him until that "I'm the best" nature rears its ugly head again and gets him eaten. Goku goes back to Earth after getting revived by the old Kai, who trades lives with Goku. They later send Vegeta to Earth 2 for 24 hours where Goku and Vegeta fuse into Vegito and proceed to kick Boo's butt. They also manage to free their kids and Piccolo from Boo's clutches and turn Super Boo into Kid Boo. Kid Boo, while his power is debatably weaker than Super Boo, turns out to be more dangerous. And they take the fight back to the world of the Kai where Boo fights Goku and Vegeta. At times, we lose track whether this is a martial arts duel or a dance-off because Boo is just all over the place, but in the end, with a spirit bomb made of the energy of everyone on Earth, they defeat Boo. But before they do, Goku says he wants Boo to come back as a good guy, which, hint hint, he does. And that's the end of Z. Now, after this, what happens depends upon the canon you follow, but it could be either Dragon Ball Super or Dragon Ball GT. For now, let's go Super. Dragon Ball Super, age 778 to whenever. The series starts off with Goku sadly having to do the thing he hates most, go out and get a job. He does not like this, so Mr. Satan gives him free money as thanks for saving the Earth 70 bajillion times. But wouldn't you know it, those 39 years are just about up, so Beerus wakes and is like, "Time to go fight that Super Saiyan God." So they start looking for them, but it turns out that Saiyans are mostly extinct. Beerus goes and visits them all and is disappointed. Vegeta has to work tirelessly to keep Beerus entertained while Goku tries to figure out what a Super Saiyan God is. Goku decides he's had enough and just asks Shenron about it, and Shenron tells them of a ritual, but sadly it requires one more Saiyan than they have. But guess what? Gohan and Videl are gonna have a baby, and that baby can complete the circuit. This works, and Goku's hair turns red. Beerus and Goku fight, but eventually Goku's time runs out in the form, and Beerus is like, "That was fun while it lasted," only for Goku to punch him in the nose. Turns out the form faded, but the power didn't, so they kept fighting. Goku fights so good that not only does Beerus respect Goku, but he also offers to train him. And by train him, he means forcing Whis to train Goku. Vegeta also decides to join, and so they train for a while and learn Super Saiyan Blue. Then Frieza decides to come back to life, trains for like a month, and learns to turn gold or any other color he desires pretty much. He comes to Earth looking for Goku, but again, Goku isn't home. So Frieza goes about torturing everyone until Goku comes back. When Goku does get back, they have a death match, and Goku would have won if he wasn't being so dang gullible all the time. so Vegeta has to fight Frieza instead. But Vegeta's too dang sadistic, and because of that, neither of them finish off Frieza before he can destroy the Earth. Whis is like, we'll just pretend like that never happened, and rewinds time so Goku and Vegeta can have a chance to actually kill Frieza. After this, Champa shows up, and we're shown a new destroyer from another universe. This time, Universe 6. From here, Champa proceeds to prove why his universe is the best. He decides to hold a martial arts tournament with Beerus, with the winner getting the Super Dragon Balls. Champa hopes to wish for Universe 7's Earth, since his own Earth got blowed up. So they gather their fighters and proceed to duke it out. Goku and Vegeta are amazed by the fighters of Universe 6, particularly Hit the Mercenary, Frost the Frieza race guy, and Kaba the Saiyan. But in the end, Universe 7 wins, and Beerus gets the wish. But because Beerus is such a Chad, he wishes that Champa get his own Earth to enjoy food on. After this, it's the Copy Vegeta arc. Nobody cares about the Copy Vegeta arc.
Know your place, trash.
It's just as the name implies. An evil goop copies Vegeta, and they have to have Goku defeat it to save his life. Let's move on to the actually good arc, the Goku Black arc. Remember when I said that future Trunks' future was all good now? Turns out it is not all good, as an evil Goku has showed up and started killing everyone. As a last-ditch effort, he goes back in time to find Goku and Vegeta for help. Vegeta's like, stop coming to us for help. Learn to fight your own battles. But Trunks is like, please, 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 please. So they decide to humor him. They also learn that Goku Black has a partner named Zamasu, and that Goku Black himself is also Zamasu due to time stuff. They go to the future to fight Zamasu and Goku Black, where Vegeta talks about pride before dropping a building on Black. Goku also has a moment of how dare you when he learns that Goku Black killed an AU version of Goten and Chi-Chi. Goku and Vegeta kick their butts, and so Zamasu and Zamasu decide to fuse into Zamasu. Goku and Vegeta decide to fuse into Vegito, but even though they're Vegito, they are not strong enough because Zamasu, as it turns out, used the Super Dragon Balls to become immortal. Zamasu gets killed anyway though when Trunks uses a technique he never learned before, Spirit Bomb, but this still isn't enough, and Zamasu becomes one with the universe. Due to this, Goku calls Zeno, and Zeno's like, "Ew, I'm done here," and erases everything. So Zamasu finally bites the dust, and Goku and Vegeta go back to their own timeline. Since Trunks' timeline is gone, but Toriyama doesn't want him to become a main cast member, Whis uses his time hacks to make Trunks a new timeline, where he gets to live with a duplicate of himself, which has to be a little awkward. After this though, we get to see the Tournament of Power arc, which sees lots of cool battles between Goku, Vegeta, and all of Universe 7 against Saiyans, Legendary Saiyans, Frieza Race, fusions, and all manner of weird stuff. But since this arc is complicated and takes up half the series, I've elected just to give you a brief rundown. They resurrect Frieza to help them fight because Boo was too lazy. Goku obsesses over fighting Jiren, the strongest guy there, and during the course of this, Goku awakens a new power called Ultra Instinct, like 3 times before mastering it. Goku manages to match Jiren, but still almost loses, and with the combined effort of himself, Frieza, and Android 17, they defeat him. Vegeta, like always, gets second potatoes and ends up fighting Toppo, who becomes a destroyer in this tournament. Vegeta only manages to defeat him by attaining Super Saiyan Blue Evolved, a transformation that will get tossed aside after this arc. Okay, so what's next in Super's timeline? Oh yeah, the Broly movie. Suffice it to say, Broly comes back. Frieza wants to grow a couple centimeters, Bulma wants to look a couple years younger, and so everyone fights to the death for those wishes, and people die. But Broly and Goku become friends though, and that's pretty cool. What's next? Oh yeah, after this comes the Moro arc. The arc that I tried to avoid reading because I expected it to be animated and wanted to watch it with my family, but Toei let me down and I had to read it anyway. I'm definitely not peeved at all. In this arc, it turns out Whis has another brother named Miris, who is in the Galactic Patrol. He's super strong, but because he's an angel in training, he can't really side with good or evil despite the fact that he really wants to. Well, Moro escapes and Goku and them gotta fight him, but they're too weak. So Vegeta trains on planet Yardrat for a little while, and Goku trains with Miris to learn Ultra Instinct better, and manages to learn to activate Omen whenever he wants. But Mastered is well out of reach for the time being. Long story short, Majin Buu has the Grand Supreme Kai in him and has to help defeat Moro. But because Kid Buu stole all of the Grand Supreme Kai's power, Grand Supreme Kai is helpless, and Goku and Vegeta are required to help. Goku only manages to achieve Mastered Ultra Instinct when Miris dies, or is more like erased for breaking angel laws. With this, Goku manages to destroy Moro. So after that, it's the Granola Saga. In this saga, we're introduced to the Heaters, who are kinda like Frieza's lawyers or middlemen, but only they hate him. So they manipulate Granola into getting strong enough to kill Frieza by sacrificing all but 3 years of his life for power, and then make him face off against Goku and Vegeta. They all mostly fight to a standstill, but then they decide that it doesn't matter anymore, so the Heaters turn their local prodigy, a Heater named Gas, into the strongest being in the universe, but sacrificing all but like 3 hours of his life. So Gas manages to almost kill Granola and Goku and Vegeta, but before he can, his time runs out and he becomes old and dusty. Frieza shows up from having trained for 10 years in a hyperbolic time chamber and has achieved a new transformation that he calls Black Frieza. He kills Gas with it and then destroys Goku and Vegeta. And before I forget, in this saga, Vegeta displays a new transformation called Ultra Ego. And I'm sure people will want me to tell you about true Ultra Instinct, but I gotta be honest with you, Goku only has Omen and Mastered, and everything else is just a different way of using the same old forms. They're not new forms. Okay, after this comes the superhero saga. In this saga, Dr. Gero's grandson, or great-grandson, named Dr. Hado, works for the revived Red Ribbon Army and is making androids for them again, because androids seem to be their thing. They make Gamma 1 and 2, both of which get their butts stomped by Gohan and Piccolo for kidnapping Pan. But then they release Cell Max, which is just a bigger, more brute-ish version of Semi-Perfect Cell, who just sort of stomps around and puts on one heck of a light show before Gohan decides to basically go Potential Unleashed 2 and bonks his head with a special beam cannon for killing him. And from here, things sort of gone on hiatus after the tragic passing of Akira Toriyama. But it will eventually return. Daima has yet to be added in because, frankly, we don't know what point in the timeline that's going to go. Probably after Battle of the Gods somewhere, but that's about all we know for the time being. But the last thing to add is that in age 784, Goku meets Oob for the first time, who is the reincarnation of Majin Buu's Kid Buu half. They train together. Dragon Ball GT, age 789 to whenever. GT gets a lot of bad rap, and it's not that bad if you know how to watch it and enjoy it without being overly critical. The series starts off with Goku training Oob, and Oob being stronger than base Goku, who is objectively stronger than Kid Buu by this point at least. After training, the elderly Pilaf squad wish to use the mythical Black Star Dragon Balls to wish to be young again, but accidentally wish Goku to be young again. That's not too bad, right? Wrong. The Earth will explode in 1 year. Kami just keeps knocking it out of the park as the guardian of Earth now, doesn't he? Well, Goku, Trunks, and Pan go on an interstellar adventure to find these Dragon Balls to save Earth, and along the way they find arranged marriages, death cults, and even the Pikmin world. They eventually land on a planet made of metal and discover Baby, the last Tuffle. They awaken him, splat him, and then watch as he rushes off and starts absorbing people. They unintentionally allow him to make his way back to Earth, and he manages to possess everyone there and make them hybrid Tuffles. This includes Vegeta, who he takes as his main body. Goku returns to Earth, gets his butt handed to him, and decides to regrow a tail after he nearly loses a game of Monopoly. Old Kai decides to help him regrow his tail so he can achieve the legendary transformation Super Saiyan 4. Goku regrows his tail and during his battle with Baby turns into a super great ape. Once his love for his planet reminds him of who he is, he masters his instincts and becomes a Super Saiyan 4. Baby also uses Vegeta's Saiyan cells to become a super great ape but fails to achieve 4. Because of this, Goku manages to beat Baby and blasts him into the sun, but not before rescuing Vegeta. The Earth explodes though, and because Piccolo didn't want the Black Star Dragon Balls to ever be used again, he decides to explode with the Earth. However, they do use the Namekian Dragon Balls to bring Earth back. After this, things cool off. That is, until Dr. Gero starts spawning in hell with Dr. Mew, the Tuffle who helped bring Baby to life. They develop a new Android 17 that is completely machine, and they use him to open a portal from Hell to Earth where they fuse the two 17s together into Super 17. At this time, all of Hell is literally breaking loose on the world, and we get to see cameos of other villains from the past, only for them to get defeated by the superior power of Goku's family. Goku goes to Hell to deal with this issue, but gets double-crossed and locked there. Goku has a rematch with Frieza and Cell where it's a no-contest victory for Goku. Piccolo finds his way to Hell to help out and manages to get Goku back to Earth. Goku finds that Super 17 has beaten all of his friends, and so Goku decides to fight back. He matches Super 17, but because Boy is thirsty and can suck up all them Kamehamehas like iced tea, Super 17 quickly surpasses Goku. In the end though, Super 17 remembers that he loves his sister and manages to force an opening so Goku can kill him. As they wish to bring back everyone who died to Super 17 and Baby though, the original Dragon Balls actually released new enemies called the Shadow Dragons. This one's on Dende for increasing how many wishes could be made. Anyway, Goku and Pan go on an adventure across the world where they defeat all the Shadow Dragons save a few. The ones you need to know about are Ice Shenron, Nova Shenron, and Sin Shenron. Nova has lots of honor, but his brother Ice does not. Goku smashes Ice in what has to be one of the coolest scenes in all of Dragon Ball, and Nova actually managed to become a good guy until Sin kills him. Sin Shenron then absorbs all of the Dragon Balls and becomes Omega Shenron, and begins to just toy with Goku. But Goku and Vegeta decide to become Gogeta. Gogeta 4 has all the power needed to put Omega away. The issue is, Gogeta is just too jovial. All he wants to do is scare and play with Omega, and then after 10 minutes the fusion runs out, and Goku and Vegeta are left back at square one. So when they can't find anything else to do, Goku practically says, "Guess I'll die," and according to the showrunner proceeds to do that before undergoing the most mysterious transformation of all, called Goku's Change. What he's changing into, nobody knows, but what we do know is that he changes and forms a spirit bomb, managing to neg every show Omega sends at him in base form. Goku then shoots the spirit bomb at Omega and blows every inch of finger-licking good flesh right off his bones before apparently passing out again. Shenron then appears and says, "Yeah, y'all screwed out. I'm a peace out. You coming with, Goku?" And Goku decides to go with him for undisclosed reasons. I guess he goes to heaven. Maybe to train? We don't really know, but the showrunner says it's open for interpretation, so interpret that. Openly. Now after this, we only really get one more thing, and that's A Hero's Legacy, which is a short movie-length special that takes place 100 years after Omega Shenron kicks the bucket. In it, Goku Jr. is the protagonist, and before you ask, no, Goku didn't have another baby before dying. The name Goku Jr. is just passed on from his parents, one of which I assume was also named Goku. But if anything, Goku Jr. is more like Gohan. Despite being a Saiyan with incredible potential, he just sorta lets himself get pushed around. That's until Pan has a freaking heart attack in the kitchen. Junior decides he wants to go get a Dragon Ball and wish for her to get better, so he sets out to Mount Paozu to find one, where the local bully-turned-hero Puck decides to join. Along the way, they meet a Hansel and Gretel-style witch who wants to eat them, wolves, a trucker who looks too much like Yajirobe who basically steals all of Junior's food, and even a giant boar that could be related to Oolong that awakens Goku Jr.'s Super Saiyan transformation. Goku Jr. then makes it to Goku's house and finds the 4-star ball, but finds out sadly there are 6 other balls he must find. Bro is livid. Like, you'd think he'd just skip Super Saiyan 2 and go straight on to Super Saiyan 3, but no. Goku's spirit, I guess it's his spirit, comforts him and tells him that everything is okay. It's then that Pan shows up and is shown to be okay. Goku Jr. hugs her and everyone is happy. After this, Goku Jr. decides to take part in the martial arts tournament, and during this he beats another boy named Vegeta Jr. Just take a wild guess who he's related to. And the two start a rivalry, and likely were set to star in another series all on their own, but the series got canned and Dragon Ball went up on the dusty shelf until Toriyama decided to revive it with Super and say, nah, none of that ever happened. Let's look at this new thing. But yeah, that's pretty much the whole Dragon Ball timeline, at least the parts people care about. Whether
Hi, you're on a rock floating through space. That's pretty cool, right? In the beginning, there was nothing, but then 40,000 years ago, people in modern-day Eurasia start to migrate to Japan, which becomes an island 20,000 years later. What's so important about Japan? Well, Japanese people are the only people who can become sorcerers, with like 2 exceptions. A sorcerer is a person who can utilize cursed energy and can wield it as a weapon, often in the form of a cursed technique. Cursed energy is energy produced by negative emotions, and as such, almost everybody has it, but only those sorcerer guys can utilize it effectively. Cursed energy can also manifest into curses, but don't be misinformed. Curses are not curse users. Curse users are simply evil sorcerers. So when a certain guy later is called the King of Curses, that is not him being the strongest curse, but rather the strongest curse user, or the strongest evil sorcerer. Alright, do we have that clear? Okay, sometime between the years 101 through 180, this lame old guy, Druv Lokdawala, conquers all of Japan. Is this guy important? No, but he reincarnates twice. By the way, the history of JJK that predates the actual main story is kind of loose and unconnected, so a lot of these events will be taking place hundreds of years apart and will have almost nothing to do with each other. Like how 600 years later, Tengen, an immortal being, spreads Japanese Buddhism and establishes the foundation of Jujutsu sorcery. Time Vessel Association is also also founded, which is a cult dedicated to forcing Tengen to evolve, since his immortality involves switching bodies every 500 years or so in order to avoid evolving. Oh hey, now we're in the Heian era, also known as the Golden Age of Sorcery. Also, it's the era of naked people for whatever reason. These two guys, Michizane Sugawara and Masakado Taira, ancestors of the Gojo clan and Zenin clan respectively, are born and die, wreaking havoc on Japan upon their deaths, becoming two of the three vengeful spirits, which in JJK just means that they were strong sorcerers and are probably responsible for the strong bloodlines of the three main clans. This living body slash brain hopping guy Kenjaku is doing a little bit of scheming to merge all of Japan with the immortal being Tengen in order to force the evolution of all humans. He then promptly gets defeated by the Six Eyes user of the time. What are the Six Eyes? They're these super cool physical attributes that, when paired with the Limitless technique, basically make you an unkillable god. Anyways, cause Kenjaku's a fraud, Tengen merges with the Star Plasma Vessel, which prevents Kenjaku's plans because Tengen only evolves if he doesn't merge. What's the Star Plasma Vessel? Who cares? It's not really important. It just kind of means that you can merge with Tengen and you're sort of strong. This dude Genshin, dies, and in turn becomes a special grade cursed object, the Prison Realm. At some point during the Heian era, the King of Curses, Ryomen Sukuna, is born, and will grow to be considered the strongest sorcerer of the Heian era and possibly of all time. Oh, also, he was supposed to be a twin, but he ate his brother while he was in the womb because he was bored, so he looks like a freak of nature with 4 arms and 4 eyes, and he's like 7 feet tall. Elsewhere, the captain of the Sun, Moon, and Star Squad is given the name Takako Uro and is executed as a proxy for a member of the Fujiwara clan, who are basically just a bloodline that is implied to be important, but serves almost no relevance to the story. Sukuna's little stalker-ass girlfriend, Yorozu, defeats the Fujiwara clan's subjugation unit and in turn becomes accepted by them, living a life of luxury. Meanwhile, Sukuna goes to a little festival after murdering fucking everybody who was important at the time, including, but not limited to, the Fujiwara's elite Celestial Squad and the 5 Void Generals, as well as the Sugawara clan and an entity known as Angel's Team, plus the Abe clan, allowing Sukuna to earn a deity status. Yorozu falls in love with Sukuna at first sight, to which he responds with only the kindness of affection. Emperor Satoku Tenno, ancestor of the Kamo clan, dies and becomes the 3rd vengeful spirit. Sadetsana Ashia creates the simple domain, or the domain for the weak, which really just lets you protect yourself from the actual cool domains. However, this technique ends up being largely gatekept by the big 3 clans as well as the New Shadow School during the following centuries in order to prevent curses from learning it. At some point during the Heian era, Sukuna passes away, but not before agreeing to live on as a cursed object with the help of Kenjaku, being turned into the first Sukuna finger. After viewing the process to get turned into a cursed object, Sukuna promptly repeats it for himself a further 20 times. At some point after he dies, Tengen gets a hold of Sukuna's corpse and plays dress up with it. Then nothing happens for about 400 years. Kenjaku, being the hater-ass bitch that he is, kills the Six Eyes holder and the Star Plasma Vessel less than a month after they were born in order to bring about his evil schemes. But somehow, a new Six Eyes user and Star Plasma Vessel emerged the day of Tengen's merger, to which Kenjaku says, and seeks out the Prison Realm. The Gojo clan's Six Eyes and Limitless user and the Zenin clan's 10 Shadows user fights to the death in front of their clans, with both being killed by the pinnacle of the 10 Shadows technique, the nearly untamable 8-handled sword Divergent Sila Divine General Mahoraga, who may or may not be important later. Meanwhile, Kenjaku is busy forging binding vows with other sorcerers, promising to reincarnate them in a couple of centuries so long as they participate in the Culling Games. More on this later. Among these sorcerers is Hajime Kashimo, the strongest sorcerer of the Edo period, a period populated almost entirely by rice farmers. Oh, and I guess there's this guy Ishigori too, but he's not important. Kashimo agrees to be reincarnated so that he can get a chance to fight Sukuna, seeing as Sukuna will also be participating in the Culling Games. 200 years later, Kenjaku kills the leader of the Kamo clan and takes his place, performing experiments that would ruin the late Noritoshi Kamo's reputation. During these experiments, he had a cursed spirit impregnate a woman 9 times, zero those pregnancies, and mix his blood with them, creating objects known as the Death Womb paintings. These paintings are then confiscated by Jujutsu Tech and sealed for 150 years. Then, a catalyst happened. December 7th, 1989, Satoru Gojo, another Six Eyes and Limitless user, is born. Gojo's mere existence completely shifted the balance of the Jujutsu world, resulting in stronger cursed spirits being born. A couple of months later, Suguru Getsu is born, and the two of them would later become best friends. Riko Amina is born, and 4 years later, her parents die in a car accident. Hangshu, a handler for curse users, meets Toji Zenin. Toji later attempts to see a young Satoru Gojo, only to be spotted by him, which rocks him to his core. He promptly leaves the Zenin clan and gets married, taking the name Fushiguro for himself. On September 23rd, 2000, the most important figure in all of Jujutsu Kaisen, Aoi Todo, is born. Certified psychopath Rika Orimoto is born, along with her future husband Yuta Akatsu less than a year later. Kenjaku, in all of his wisdom, steals the body of Kaori Itadori, takes some backshots, and gets pregnant. For some reason, Jin Itadori, Kaori's husband, doesn't suspect a goddamn thing, even though it is implied that the actual Kaori has been dead for a bit prior to Kenjaku's body stealing shenanigans. Kenjaku later gives birth to Yuji Itadori, sealing the first of Sukuna's fingers inside of him. Oh, and Jin goes missing sometime later. Megami Fushiguro is born, and his mother dies postpartum. Toji, being the stand-up dad that he is, offers to sell Megami to the Zenin clan, and remarries a couple of years later before abandoning that family in order to resume a life of being an assassin. Also, that girl Riko's parents both randomly die a couple years apart, and it is implied that she had some part in their deaths. Two sorcerers, Utsuhime and Mei, are trapped in a cursed mansion for 2 days, only to be saved by the now sophomores Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto. Gojo and Geto are then given the task of protecting the current star plasma vessel, Riko Amanai, and escorting her to Tengen so that they can merge and renew their body. During the mission, Toji places a bounty on Amanai on behalf of Kongshu and the Time Vessel Association and has her guardian kidnapped. Gojo and Geto rescue her guardian, spend a nice day at the beach and aquarium, and return to Jujutsu Tech. Gojo turns off his infinity for a whole 6 seconds, courtesy of being awake for 3 days straight, only to be jumped by Toji, revealing his true powers as a heavenly restriction user. Having a heavenly restriction basically means that you are either insanely fit and stronger than 99% of curse techniques, or you have glass bones and can use your curse energy slightly farther. Anyways, Geto flees with Riko and her maid, Gojo fucking dies, and Toji gets the most disrespectful kill in all of JJK by delivering some iron while it's hot and fresh straight into Riko's head. Oh, and her maid is dead. Geto fights Toji, only to get folded like an omelet, to which Toji calls himself a monkey who can't use Jujutsu, which Geto decides to steal and make his whole personality. Toji spares Geto, not wanting to inconvenience himself, and delivers Riko's corpse to the Time Vessel Association. Afterwards, he goes for a walk, only to discover that Satoru Gojo is not dead and is actually stronger than he has ever been before. Gojo had learned how to use reverse curse technique to heal himself while in death's grasp, utilizing the mostly unknown hollow technique Purple to finish off Toji. In his last moments, Toji asks Gojo to take care of his son before he gets sold to the Zenin clan, dying standing up like the baller that he is. Meanwhile, Geto is up wiggling Toji's worm. Upon reclaiming Riko's corpse, Gojo asks Geto if they should kill everybody in the room with them, who, mind you, were responsible for Riko's death. Geto says no, which is an action that I'm sure he will not regret later. Gojo is now officially the strongest, leaving Geto, who he was once considered equal with, in the dust. Geto meets local special grade and professional bum Yuki Tsukumo. Geto ponders how to get rid of all curses, even proposing the idea of killing all non-sorcerers, to which Yuki says, yeah. And that's what he decides to do, or I guess tries to anyways. But first, Nanami's underling, Haibara, dies, pushing Geto over the edge, which makes him decide to slaughter a village, adopting 2 twins in the process, and getting a death warrant on his head for, committing heinous crimes. Gojo goes to kill him, only for Geto to break up with him in front of a KFC. Geto takes over a Time Vessel Association facility to use as the breeding grounds for his new cult. Gojo adopts Megami, and Yuki takes the god Aoi Todo under her wing. In 2010, Gojo and Shoko graduate from Jujutsu Tech. Remember those kids, Yuta and Rika? Yeah, well, Rika fucking dies, and Yuta accidentally curses her to become this hideous curse spirit, the Queen of Curses. Meanwhile, after centuries of planning, Kenjaku finally acquires the prison realm. The strongest sorcerer in history, Miwa, gets recruited, and Nanami returns to sorcery after previously quitting. Tsumiki, Megami's stepsister, gets marked by Kenjaku while jumping off of a bridge, falling into a coma shortly afterwards. This lawyer, Hiromi Higuruma, is working on a murder case in which he knows his defendant is innocent. Rika, now haunting Yuta, kills some of his bullies, to which the Jujutsu higher-ups decide to have Yuta executed. Gojo, being the goat that he is though, intervenes. Yuta enters Jujutsu Tech and meets Maki Zenin, Toge Inumaki, and Panda. Kenjaku's kid, Yuji Itadori, enters Maji Vegas, a pachinko parlor. Inumaki and Yuta investigate a shopping center, only to get jumped by one of Geto's curse spirits, to which Gojo's freaky ass recognizes him by smelling him. Yuta then solos literally everybody at the 2017 Sister Goodwill event in Kyoto, and Geto declares war on Jujutsu Tech. On Christmas Eve, Geto releases a parade of thousands of curses as a distraction, and has this guy Miguel attempt to fight Gojo. He then goes to the school and beats the shit out of Maki, Inumaki, and Panda. Yuta fights Geto, uses curse speech somehow, and makes out with Rika for some reason, before gravely entering Geto. Geto wanders off, only to get finished off by Gojo, who fails to get rid of his body properly, so Kenjaku steals it for himself, seeing a prime opportunity to do a little trolling later. Rika is now freed from Yuta's curse, and Yuta loses his special grade status, being a nobody with no technique now. Gojo, trying to act like he didn't murder his best friend, proclaims that Yuta is a distant relative of Michizane Sugawara, and by proxy, the Gojo clan. 3 months later, Yuta regains his special grade status as a result of summoning Rika again. Kenjaku and Uraume, Sukuna's chef from 1,000 years ago, meet with foreign governments about using sorcerers as an energy source, convincing multiple governments to send over troops to Japan in November in an attempt to harvest curse energy. And Yuji Itadori remembers he's the protagonist and graduates middle school. His grandpa becomes terminally ill and dies, willing to give him the lore drop of the century, but he ignores it. However, his grandpa's death has a profound effect on his worldview. During a freak incident that could have been avoided if Megami wasn't an awful sorcerer at the time, Yuji swallows one of Sukuna's fingers, inadvertently allowing Sukuna to reincarnate for the first time. Gojo then shows up and flexes on Sukuna. The higher-ups at Jujutsu High see this and decide to once again try to kill a kid, but Gojo postpones Yuji's execution, instead giving him a second finger and tasking him with acting as a radar to find the rest of Sukuna's fingers, although Gege kind of forgets about this thankfully. Yuji meets Nobara, and they are dispatched to a juvenile detention center, to which they are jumped by a special grade curse spirit. Losing the battle, Itadori lets Sukuna out, who then kills the special grade curse spirit, absolutely pranks Megami, taking a strange interest in him before killing Itadori. Except Itadori is not dead either, rather Sukuna is holding him hostage in his brain until he makes a binding vow with him. What is a binding vow? A binding vow is this super cool thing where a sorcerer can sacrifice something in exchange for some benefit, and they are basically the backbone of Jujutsu sorcery. You can also break a binding vow and simply return to the state you were before you made it, but only if it's a personal binding vow and only if the benefit wasn't permanent. If you make a binding vow with another person and break it, something so dastardly happens that even Sukuna wouldn't dare to do it. Although this is basically just Gege's way of not having to write it later. Anyways, Itadori and Sukuna settle on a binding vow where Sukuna can take over his body for a minute without hurting anyone in exchange for restoring Itadori's heart. This will have zero consequences later. Gojo continues training Itadori in secret while everybody thinks he's dead and encounters Jogo, a special grade cursed spirit who is aligned with Kenjaku. Seeing a prime opportunity for a little education, Gojo teleports Itadori to him to learn about domain expansions. Jogo and Gojo have a Mog-off, to which Gojo stands proud as the honored one. However, Jogo lives on because of his ally, Hanami, who third parties them and runs off with his head. Megumi and Nobara simultaneously meet the best and worst characters in the series, Todo and Mai respectively. Todo almost forces Megumi to summon Mahoraga, Mai proves that she is a fraud, and ultimately they become mostly chill with each other. Gojo confronts Jujutsu Tech's principal, Gakuganji, about how he essentially forced Gojo's students into a death mission, to which he basically tells him to fuck off. So Gojo decides to pay Yuta and Miguel a visit in Africa while they're looking for more pieces of the cursed object, the Black Rope. Gojo then calls Miguel a racial slur, and informs Yuta of the importance of protecting Yuji and the other first and second years when the time comes. Here is also where we learn that Miguel's technique is essentially that one kid on Instagram who breakdances and cries, so that's pretty cool. Meanwhile, Mahito, a member of Kenjaku's little gang, decides to experiment with his powers because he is literally a baby, deciding to do so on a group of loud teenagers in a movie theater because they basically brought it upon themselves. A young boy, Junpei, sees this and decides to befriend Mahito, to which Mahito rewards him with the curse technique. Yuji and Nanami fight a bunch of transfigured humans. Nanami surprisingly holds his own against an admittedly inexperienced Mahito, and Yuji later befriends Junpei and his mother. However, Mahito coerces Junpei into killing a bully of his after framing him for the death of his mother. Junpei attempts to kill his bully, only to be interrupted by Itadori. The two scuffle, and Mahito transfigures Junpei, hoping to force Yuji into making a binding vow with Sukuna. Sukuna, however, could not care less, as he already has a binding vow with Yuji, and would much rather just laugh at Yuji's expense instead of making another, marking the true start of Sukuna's hater-ass behavior. Mahito jumps Yuji, only for Sukuna to tell him to fuck off. Nanami and Yuji jump Mahito, prompting him to learn how to use domain expansion on the spot, which doesn't really work in the end because Yuji breaks into his domain, forcing Mahito to make contact with Sukuna again, causing him to be gravely injured in the effort. Mahito then slithers away into the sewer. 2018 Sister School Goodwill event takes place, and Yuji finally rejoins his classmates, unsurprisingly traumatizing them with the sight of their dead friend. Gakuganji plots with the Kyoto students to kill Itadori, which gets interrupted by the best friendship in all of JJK between my goat, Todo, and Yuji. Panda beats the ever-loving shit out of Glassman over here, Maki mollywops her fraudulent sister and Miwa, and Hanami infiltrates the school. A barrier is produced, preventing only Satoru Gojo from entering it. Todo and Yuji beat the ever-loving shit out of Hanami, and Gojo breaks the barrier before giving Hanami the Toji treatment, with Mahito stealing 3 of the Death Wound paintings, and 6 Sukuna fingers elsewhere. Also, they play baseball. Mahito incarnates the Death Wound paintings into Kechitsu, Eso, and Choso, who's the only one that everybody actually cares about. Yuji and Nobara murder Kechitsu and Eso, and Megumi gets a rematch against a finger bearer, who is much similar to the one that they lost to in the juvenile detention center. On the verge of throwing his life away, Megumi remembers a talk between him and Gojo, and uses his domain for the first time, though it's incomplete, beating the finger bearer in the process, with Itadori consuming yet another finger. Urahime informs the first years of a traitor amongst them, who turns out to be Mekamaru. They go to confront him, only to learn that he has already escaped. The real Mekamaru, meanwhile, is bargaining with our villains, who offer to cure his glass bones in exchange for betraying his closest comrades. After curing him, they try to jump him, to which an Evangelion/Gurren Lagann-esque mecha battle occurs, which is absolutely fucking amazing, by the way. Kenjaku schemes out loud to himself about Mahito, but doesn't act upon this idea just yet, and despite fighting valiantly with the intent of warning his allies of the impending danger upon them all, Mekamaru loses his battle, prompting the Kenjaku and his group of hooligans cast a veil around Shibuya, calling out Satoru Gojo specifically. Now, keep up with me here, as everything I'm about to list happens within the span of about 4 hours. Gojo fights Jogo, Hanami, and Choso, and kills Hanami with the power of $500 cologne. Yuji fights this locust thing, and a train full of transfigured humans arrive at Gojo's platform, with the villains thinking that Gojo would never domain expand on a bunch of civilians, to which Gojo says fuck you and expands his domain anyways, but only for 0.2 seconds out of consideration for the civilians nearby, which cripples them for 2 months instead of permanently. Hidichi, Gojo's best friend, almost dies, and Gojo gets so stressed out at the sight of his ex that he forgets to not get sealed, which means no more Gojo for the next 131 chapters. Mekamaru, who is still kind of alive, informs Yuji of Gojo's sealing, to which he becomes a crow. Mahito splits himself in 2, this guy Haruto beats the shit out of Nobara and Nita, only to get absolutely decked by Nanami, in a moment that may or may not be responsible for JJK fans having a bad reputation. Yuji and Megumi beat this guy with an ugly-ass haircut. Mei meets Kenjaku and fights the smallpox deity with the help of the groomed one. His grandma accidentally brings Toji back to life. Choso fights Yuji, almost kills him, and has a crisis because Yuji is actually his brother somehow. Meanwhile, Nanami, Naobito, and Maki fight the Curse of the Sea, Dagon, only to get third party by the now reawakened Toji. After killing Dagon, Toji escorts his son out of the room for some father-son bonding, and Jogo seemingly kills those three I mentioned earlier. Except spoilers, none of them die right here because why would they? Geto's adopted daughter and Jogo feed Yuji a total of 11 more fingers, to which Sukuna kills Geto's daughters and gives Jogo a little too much off the top. Toji fights Megumi and ends his own existence, content with how his son ended up. Jogo fights Sukuna, and despite putting up an absolutely legendary fight, gets cooked. Megumi finally unleashes Mahoraga on this absolute nobody after edging it for 100 chapters, and Sukuna kills Mahoraga to keep Megumi alive, taking a profound interest in the boy. Oh, and Shibuya is gone, kinda. Sukuna gives Yuji his body back for now, and Yuji tries to help in any way he can. Nanami promptly flies to Malaysia in front of Yuji, and Yuji and Mahito fight. Nobara fights Mahito's duplicate and promptly dies in a way that is just vague enough to where Gege can change his mind later. After receiving one of his worst beatings so far, Yuji loses his spirit, to which my glorious King Todo tells him to knock that shit off. They then proceed to beat the ever-loving shit out of Mahito. Mahito, however, decides to evolve as a result of hitting a couple black flashes, which really just means that he gets a power-up for 2 seconds before Yuji remembers he's the main character and hits him with a black flash of his own. Fun fact, by the way, Gege said that if Yuji didn't hit the black flash here, everybody would have died in an instant. Anyways, Todo sacrifices one of his arms in order to avoid being Nanami'd, which means no more Todo in the plot. Just before Yuji can finish off Mahito, Kenjaku shows up in third party's Mahito, revealing that he had been waiting for him to become stronger before stealing idol transfiguration for himself with Geto's technique, killing Mahito in the process. Yuki shows up and everybody fights Kenjaku, except not really because Uraume's only role in the plot is to stall every time one of the important villains is in danger, but whatever. Kenjaku uses idol transfiguration remotely, awakening all of the people he had promised to reincarnate centuries ago into bodies that he had previously marked with cursed objects, including Megumi's sister, kicking off the event known as the Culling Games. Kenjaku then promptly fucks off, teasing Itadori with the prison realm before he leaves. 10 colonies are isolated by barriers in Japan, but that's not important just yet. Remember Higuruma? Well, his client is found guilty, so Higuruma kills the judge and the prosecutor with the aid of his newly awakened curse technique. Yuta arrives in Japan, saves a little girl, and meets with the higher-ups, who announce a couple of things. Gojo is a criminal, and freeing him is illegal. Geto is back on a death warrant. Yaga, their principal, is also to be executed. And Itadori is a criminal with his execution no longer being postponed. Yuta Akatsu volunteers to be Yuji's executioner because Sukuna's domain in Shibuya cut off one of Inumaki's arms. The higher-ups still don't trust him though, so they force him to make a binding vow ensuring he will kill Itadori. The leader of the Zenin clan, Naobito, dies as a result of Jogo's onslaught, making Megumi the de facto leader due to having the 10 Shadows technique, so this guy Naoya gets jealous and plots to kill him. Meanwhile, Kenjaku becomes the leader of the Kama clan once again. Upon meeting him, Yuta completely outclasses Itadori in battle even without the use of his curse technique, and promptly kills him, but only for a millisecond, as he starts his heart back up with RCT at the moment of death, fulfilling his binding vow. Meanwhile, Choso beats Naoya in combat through the power of being an older brother. Yuta saves Naoya's life on the condition that he informs the higher-ups of Itadori's death, and later reveals to Itadori that no, he isn't evil, and is actually here to protect Yuji, seeing as they both come from similar circumstances. Megumi wakes up from his nap and remembers that he is allowed to be useful, before promptly asking for help with saving his sister, and heavily implying that Nobara is dead. The four of them reconvene with Yuki and Maki, and then they go to meet the now evolved Tengen, who lore dumps on them about Kenjaku's evil plan, and informs them of the Culling Games player named Angel, who apparently can help them free Gojo. Tengen gives them the back of the prison realm, which, when paired with Angel's technique, can be used to free Gojo, but on the condition that Choso and Yuki stay to protect Tengen from Kenjaku. Also, Yaga fucking dies. Yuta informs the gang of the expelled third-year student, Hikari Kinji, who Yuta claims may be stronger than himself. Yuta then enters a Culling Game colony, and Yuji and Megumi infiltrate Hikari's fight club, only for Yuji to completely sell by pretending not to know who Gojo is. Hikari still ends up agreeing to help them because Megumi is the Zenin clan leader, wanting to use Megumi's status to help better the Jujutsu world, which really just means that he wants to allow gambling matches to be legal. They then learn of a now reincarnated Hajime Kashimo, that one strong guy from the rice farmer era, who now has blue hair and pronouns, as he decides to add a rule to the Culling Games that allows people to search for other players because he is searching for Sukuna. They decide to seek out Kashimo's help and the help of Higuruma, who also has over 100 points, since they figure that they can convince them to give up their points to add rules that suppress the Culling Games. They want to change the rules mainly so that Megumi's sister will be freed from the Culling Games. I should also probably explain what the Culling Games are, so I'm gonna do it in Fortnite terms. Kenjaku is essentially forcing 10 battle royales to happen at the same time, with a bunch of rules in place, designed to force the players to kill each other, more or less acting like the storm. Each sorcerer who's killed is worth 5 points, as opposed to normal people who are only worth 1. Getting 100 points allows you to add a rule, so long as it doesn't prevent the operation of the Culling Games or interfere with another rule. Meanwhile, Maki and Mai get captured by the Zenin clan, and Mai dies.
fucking well what the humans call Odin. Oi.
Hello and welcome back to another Ray Concert video, and in today's video I'll be going over how to save Conquest as an update. Make sure to subscribe since only about 20% of the people watching right now are actually subscribed. And also I'm currently live on Twitch ranking your Halloween themed drip, so come into the stream, there's going to be tons of costumes, it's exclusive, I'm doing this Halloween themed, just on Halloween, Hallowtide, whatever, let's just get straight into it. So it's not a secret that most Deep players aren't exactly the most hyped for Conquest, and there are definitely a lot of reasons for it. First of all, it's not even what the community initially wanted to be the next major update. When a vote was done on what the community wanted to see in the official Deep Discord, the winning option was world events with lore interaction. However, when the devs saw this, they instead went ahead to focus on Conquest, which actually won second place in the vote because it's just what the devs wanted, or at least that's what it seems like. On top of this, the entire game mode is heavily inspired by League of Legends. This may be cool because, you know, some people like League of Legends. I mean, it's the most played game in the entire world, averaging like 130 million players daily, which, by the way, when I read that number, I thought it was fake, because that is insane. Regardless, that means there's a solid chance a lot of people who do play Deep probably play League. But this also comes with the downside of League being one of the most hated, and I mean the most hated games in the entire world. There's a reason why people say League players don't shower. This game is disgusting. And it's, you know, it's made by Riot Games and they're a shitty fucking garbage company. But this does mean a lot of people clearly don't want to see a League of Legends and MOBA inspired mode added to Deep The last reason, and arguably the most important reason for why people aren't very hyped for Conquest itself, is because it kind of just gatekeeps better future content that people want to see more. When we look at our vague roadmap for Deep updates, we have things like the Void Tower, which is going to be a crazy dungeon that's probably going to have a whole lot of new loot and drip, which we all want new drip, of course. World events like Parasol, Layer 3. I want to be down in Layer 3 smoking that lava flower with Pleetsky. I want that to be a real update. Make that a quest. Then we're going to have like Void Sea content, and then some people say Void Sea doesn't need content. It's supposed to be empty. Shut up. Just shut up. And then there's stuff like the Central Luminant, which may even be coming with Conquest. We don't know, but it would make a bit of sense considering the theming of lots of the stuff that we've seen from the Conquest leaks, and it would actually make up for the massive delay we've had on Conquest. Which, if you don't know, Conquest was delayed 3 times. Once for a year, another time for like 6 months, and then it's been delayed indefinitely since like last April. So we have no idea when it's actually coming out until they announce it. With the largest, most recent update being the Bleed Render attunement, which, cool, but I kind of want Layer 3. So can we get Conquest out already so it can, you know, work on better things? Anyway, all this utter content sounds so much more interesting than Conquest, but the problem is none of it can be worked on until Conquest is out. Especially because the Deep developer team isn't the largest. There's only like, what, 9 people on the dev team, and only maybe 3 or 4 people are actually working on Conquest. And you gotta keep in mind, like, the Deep devs, they don't like bringing people into their team. Raguza and Archmage do not like bringing new people into the team because there's always the downside of the potential game getting leaked, or people who just want to get onto the team to steal the game and stuff like that. I mean, we can see stuff like that happens with games like Type Soul, which that game got entirely leaked by the head scripter and co-owner of the game, so you don't really know who you can trust, you know? Which, by the way, this is unrelated to the video, but Roblox devs, it is so easy to file some sort of corporation or LLC or corporate body and just, you know, put your developers under a non-compete agreement. Like, it is so easy. It's very easy. Regardless, people want Conquest, so we can get the stuff coming after Conquest. Which, yeah, makes sense. Conquest's kind of mid. I'm honestly not that hyped for it. I'm probably going to play it a few times, then, I don't know what, get the loot that's going to drop from it, and then never touch it again. That sounds like what I'm going to do. Now, as for Conquest as a mode, it's kind of uninteresting from what we've seen. First of all, Deep Woken is, or at least one point, was a lore game. Back in the days of Rogue Lineage, Deep Woken was advertised to be a lore-based game which would have the world shifting and changing around the players as we complete world events and such. And 3 years later, and about 800 in-game years, this hasn't happened. So let's add some lore tie-ins to Conquest. What if, in order to join Conquest, you needed to choose a faction that you had hero rep in to represent, with different factions only willing to represent you based on your alignment? So if you have a lot of ministry rep, or you're a contractor, then you could be represented by the ministry. And then if you have rep with Etris, which most people have, so it would be kind of a safe option, you can represent Etris and stuff like that. And then you go into Conquest with the flag and alignment of a certain faction, and based on which faction with the most wins or people, and then so if there's a lot of people in the Etrian faction and they get a lot of wins, then maybe the world would start changing around the Etrian development. Right? So imagine the most amount of wins is currently in the Ministry's hands. So they started raiding other faction islands like Etris or Great Hive, and they have new events and stuff as their influence continues to grow, and then they could do all this with factions, and then we'd have cool little events, and they'd reset every month or two as a part of a war season sort of thing, and that would be really cool. And then they could do all of this and have new little world events. Imagine if the Authority is winning in Conquest, right? So they have the lead, so the Etris raid event is more common, but then it's also a super buffed version, so there's new Authority NPCs that are stronger and have better loot, and maybe it's Authority aligned players go in Void Walkers to kill everyone, and then Etris aligned players would go in to try and kill those Authority Void Walkers, and then that would be sick, and that would add a new level of interactivity to the game. And maybe they could add some PvE relevance to Conquest. This is a completely new game mode, and it's completely targeted to PvP oriented players. Meanwhile, PvE players last got what, the Mudskipper Broodlord 8 months ago, and then the devs acted like it was a good PvE update, even though it's like a mediocre mob that doesn't have advanced patterns or anything like that. So maybe let's add some sort of PvE option for Conquest. So like what? We give it a point system. Right now it's based on kills and captures. Maybe add like mob kills. So instead you could bring a PvE build, and then he could go in with contracts that spawn waves of mobs that can be stolen by other players or interrupted and then attacked. So that way you could have PvE players actually be able to play Conquest. And back to the Warpoint stuff. What if they added, like, the influence of your faction would give you certain camps that you could spawn at, and they'd be closer to major islands and stuff as, like, a little bonus reward? Because then we had to have, like, in-game lore. Every faction is getting ready to go to war. That would be really cool. And then maybe they could even add just a Conquest as a separate game mode for war servers, so people could stay in the overworld and they would bring back, like, overworld ganking rather than being what it currently is, where it's kind of like its own instance thing. Because instances are kind of lame. Right? Like, we already have the lamest instance in the game being everything in the Chime of Conflict, and then you're gonna add Conquest, which is gonna be like, what?
Over the past week, a bunch of people have had their Nitro suddenly disappear without an email or notification from Discord. Discord is taking away people's Nitro, and I'm going to tell you why it happens and how to prevent it from happening to you. So over the past couple of weeks, there have been a handful of r/Discord app posts where people are saying that their Discord credit just upped and disappeared like my father figure. A friend of mine has gifted me Nitro for a year, and when they last checked, they had 10 to 11 months of unused Discord Nitro credit, and it just disappeared. And why is that the case? Well, scrolling down in the Reddit post, the initial thought is that this was potentially a bug. It would just display that you didn't have Discord Nitro, and what this person should do is both check desktop and mobile to see if they have Discord Nitro, and when they did so, it wasn't looking good. It's gone on both desktop and mobile. Both say I'm past due, and like I said, I never received any email. Like I said before, there have been multiple posts talking about how people's Discord Nitro credit disappeared, and again, a common trend is that this happened to other people without any revoking email. Because here's the thing, if you buy a Discord Nitro gift and it magically disappears from your Discord account, Discord will do you a solid and explain what the fuck is going on by sending you an email saying, hello, a gift for Nitro Classic or Nitro, just the $10 one, sent to your account has been revoked. As a result, we have removed access to Discord Nitro or Nitro Classic. Now, people assumed if their Discord Nitro gift is revoked, they should get this email, but again, in this case, no one got an email. Now, the first question you might have is this some sort of new scam? Can you scam people with Discord Nitro gifts? And while taking a look at this post from 3 days ago, again, someone is complaining that their 12 months of Discord Nitro just magically turned into nothing. But looking in the comments, people have assumed that this is some sort of refund, or the person that gave you Nitro did some sort of Nitro scam, so you don't have Nitro anymore because it's refunded. Now, unfortunately, there is a very common misconception that you cannot refund Discord Nitro gifts after they've been accepted. You gotta love people on Reddit. But credit to this dude, he actually did look through Discord's terms of service, and he quoted this thing from Discord. And this is actually from Discord's refund policy, and if you go to the refund policy and you look at Nitro gifts, Discord first tells you that if you buy a Nitro gift on your account and you claim it on your own account, so it's self-claimed, you actually can request a refund. However, if that's not the case, Discord says on their own page that we are unable to provide a refund for a Nitro gift purchased once the gift has been claimed by another user. However, for unclaimed Nitro gifts, ones that people have not redeemed that have been purchased on Discord on the desktop, web, or Android, you will have 5 days from the initial purchase date to request a refund. So if you can't refund a Discord Nitro gift, then this guy does seem to be speaking pretty common sense. How are all these people getting their Nitro credits removed, which you get Nitro credits from redeeming Nitro gifts, if you can't refund Discord gifts? Well, unfortunately for Turbulent Coconut 28, there's a little something special.
which allows Maki to complete her heavenly
called credit card chargebacks. And straight from the horse's mouth, Discord has their own chargebacks FAQ page where they explain what is a chargeback. Now, the reason why they put this page in here is so that they can beg you not to do a chargeback. But according to Discord, what is a chargeback? A chargeback occurs when a transaction is reported to a payment issuer as incorrect or unrecognized. Now, for the normal people that don't understand legal business talk, whether it be your credit card got leaked or you got scammed by buying something that never arrived, you will go to your credit card company and say, hey, I want to dispute this charge so I can get my money back. Now, in the case of Discord, when you do a chargeback, Discord says filing a chargeback against a transaction made on Discord may result in account suspension pending further investigation on our end. If you do a chargeback on Discord, you can get your Discord account banned. So just as a pro tip, only use a chargeback as like your last resort if you really need your money back and you don't care about your Discord account being banned. And the reason why Discord can ban you is because in their Discord terms of service, they state, do not use the services to do harm on Discord. Abusing or defrauding us or our payment systems is doing harm to Discord, and that's why they terminate you. And the reason why Discord is both threatening you with a ban and strongly encouraging you to talk to their billing team is the fact that when you file a chargeback with your credit card, it actually costs the company money. And Discord uses a payment processor called Stripe. I'm going to show you some prices, but Stripe has both a standard and a custom pricing scheme, and considering Discord is a massive company, Discord might have done some special negotiation like a car salesman.
Yes, sir. Mr. David just sold his soul for this BMW 530.
To be honest, I only made that joke so I could put this video in a video. But according to Stripe's pricing fees, if you scroll all the way down, you eventually get to a point where they talk about disputes, which are known as chargebacks. And you can see it costs, I'm in the Canadian version again. It costs Discord $15 to deal with your chargeback, minus the money that you bought from Discord. So if you bought a $100 subscription, Discord technically loses $115. It's pretty clear Discord don't f around when it comes to them chargebacks. Now, despite Discord saying that they're unable to provide a refund for Nitro gifts, you can revoke a Nitro gift, like I showed you with that email, by doing a chargeback. But the thing with this current issue with people losing their Nitro is that no one received a revoking email. So at this point, everyone's pretty confused. Now, my question for this whole entire thing is, where are these people getting these Discord Nitro gifts? Are they getting it from some weird Nitro giveaway server? Are they getting it from some dude who's just scamming all of his friends by doing a chargeback? Or is it something deeper? It's obviously something deeper because there's a lot more left to this video. But as I was researching more and more into this, there was another r/Discord app post where someone was talking about their Nitro credit being gone, and someone talked about how they bought their Nitro key on a website called ENEBA. This other person had the same situation buying their key on Kinguin. In fact, taking a look at this post again, there was a comment where someone said, perhaps your friend bought from G2G. People like getting those sweet, succulent discounts. So instead of buying Discord Nitro from Discord directly, people will instead go on websites like G2A or Kinguin to try and get Discord Nitro for an astonishing discount of, I think it's either 70 cents or $3.70 on this website. But people want to save money, so people will buy Discord Nitro keys off of these websites. And it turns out in this comment, we actually have someone who's behind the scenes who can explain what's going on. Hello, I am a seller at G2G, and I do have some good knowledge about this situation. Blah, blah, blah. About the situation, these Nitros are purchased illegally. They get at least 90 to 95% off from the original price. That sounds like a good discount. Sign me up. Secondly, there are options to purchase legally, which I basically sell at G2G. Okay, this guy's just advertising his garbage. In fact, this guy hasn't told me anything about what they mean by illegal Nitro and legal Nitro. Now, fortunately for you guys, I spend too much time on Discord, like an unhealthily amount of time on Discord. Sometimes I have dreams that I'm in Discord. But it's time to explain cheap Discord Nitro. Now, these people aren't just selling this at a loss. They're not giving away money like Mr. Beast. The people that are buying these Nitros, of course, have to be getting it for cheaper than the price that they're selling it so that they make a profit, you know, shmoney dance. And with my knowledge, there are 3 ways that people get Discord Nitro for cheap. And the first one is Discord's localized pricing. Now, in Discord's own localized pricing article, they say that we're continually working on making our subscriptions more accessible so you can have more fun on Discord. We offer localized pricing for certain subscriptions and Discord purchases in some countries on the desktop, mobile, and web apps. Translation: Discord will make Discord Nitro cheaper in some countries with their native currency so that people can buy it. Because $10 might not seem like a lot to the people in US, but if you're in a less established country, $10 could be your rent for the month. It's a tough choice. Do I get Discord Nitro or do I pay rent? So Discord makes things cheaper so that people can enjoy Nitro in their country, and Discord gets a little extra money. Now, in this article, Discord actually used to have a whole entire list of all the different currencies and their prices, but they removed it. In fact, we have to go back to a video by this Discord nerd who talked about it a year ago. But you can see for a yearly Nitro subscription, it costs $99 US, it costs 250 Brazilian reals, and it costs 750 Turkish liras. And just as a baseline, 750 Turkish liras, according to good old Google currency conversion, equals $21 US. So instead of paying $100 a year for Discord Nitro, you could pay $22. Sounds like a pretty good deal to me. Now the thing is, to get this localized pricing, to get that massive discount, you must have a payment method that is based in a country where Discord offers localized pricing. You can't just magically VPN into another country and use their currency conversion. In fact, Discord even puts it in the article, but you need to have a payment method based in that country. But at the end of the day, none of this entirely matters, because if you look in the article, it says all types of gifts, including Nitro and shop gifts, are not available at localized prices. Select regions can pay in their local currency, but the cost will still correspond to the standard US price. The reason why Discord is doing this is so that people in Turkey can't just buy Nitro gifts and then just give it to people for a cheap price, which makes sense and all, but apparently, according to someone who talked to me a long time ago when I made this video talking about how cheap Nitro works, which includes Discord server boosts, someone told me that at some point you can go on mobile and you can use Google Play or Apple pay to buy gifts in localized pricing, which will be a little bit more expensive. But when people buy those gifts in localized pricing, they put it on these Kingwin websites, they sell it for cheap, they make money. Everyone's happy except Discord because they don't get as much money as they, in their brains, think they should be getting. But that brings us to the second way people get Discord Nitro for cheap. And we're getting more into the fraud and stealing aspect of things. But the second way people get Nitro for cheap is just through malware or hacking people. Because you know all those Discord scams I cover where it asks you to download something? There's ones that tell you to download a game to test it out for a beta. Or maybe you want to download a Roblox cheat so you can cheat in a kid's game. Sometimes, if not all the time, those things contain malware. And using that malware, people hack into your computer, they'll go into your Discord account and they'll say, damn, this dude got some billing information on file. Let me go through his account and buy a whole bunch of Discord Nitro gifts. And then with all this stolen Nitro, they'd go on websites like Kingwin or G2A to get money out of them. And usually those would get revoked. Discord would send you that email. And the third way that people get Discord Nitro for cheap is just straight up credit card fraud, baby. Now, there's like a gazillion ways to do fraud. You could do the good old Chase ATM check fraud that people did on TikTok because they didn't understand how checks work. But in terms of credit card fraud, the most common method of credit card fraud that I've seen for cheap Nitro is people using credit card bins. Now, to understand what a credit card bin is, you need to understand what a bin attack is. Basically, on everyone's credit card, the first 6 to 8 numbers are all the same depending on your bank. It's the bin number, the bank identification number. So if you have the same bank as your sibling or your parent and you both have a credit card, if you look at both your credit cards, they should both have the same 6 to 8 numbers at the beginning. Now, those sneaky little fraudsters who can't get a normal job because they're too stuck up in their room on their computer will use this to their advantage. And what these fraudsters will do will go through their 3-step process of getting their ill-gotten gains. First, they'll be collecting. The first thing a fraudster needs to do is generate potential card details. So these fraudsters will take the publicly available bin of a particular bank, you can just search that up on Google, and then they will use bots to randomly generate a whole bunch of numbers to try and guess a valid combination of credit card details. But that's where we get to step number 2 for the scam operation, validation. And what they will do is that they will try to validate the credit cards by attempting to make small purchases with merchants. And I don't know why I'm telling you this, but if you're not, don't do this, but it's crucial that their transactions are small enough to be processed without being identified as fraud. And the final step they do is testing, where they'll repeat the validation process with all of the cards, and they will store any credit cards that are correct in a database to be used for larger purchases or sold on the black market. And these lists of working credit cards are usually called credit card bins. And that's where we get to the stupid Discord e-gangsters. Because there are it's usually kids, let me be honest. There are kids on Discord who think they're invincible to the law because they're kids, so what they'll do is they'll commit a whole bunch of cybercrime. And they will see these credit card bins, or the list of working credit cards, as just free money, baby. And what they will do is they will buy those list of credit cards, they will traverse to the only place they actually socialize with people in, Discord, and they will go on Discord and they will buy a whole bunch of Discord Nitro gifts. And what they'll do is they'll enter in those generated credit card details that have been validated to be some random person person on the globe's credit card number. And once they buy a whole bunch of nitro, then they sell it on G2A or Kingwin, or they sell it on those cheap Discord nitro servers. So that's what our G2G seller means by nitros that are purchased illegally. We know that the reason why these people are complaining is because they bought cheap nitro from some weird, sketchy websites. But why now did so many people within a span of a couple of days get their Discord nitro taken away from them? And well, ladies and gentlemen, someone did the hard work of contacting Discord and actually getting a response after 3 days. I'm sorry to share the bad news, but I've checked the system and gifts associated with your Discord account has been revoked. Yo, Discord, I think you need Grammarly or something, or I just can't read right now. Based on our review, we've determined that these gifts were obtained using fraudulent means. Personally, I don't think this is the whole picture, and I think there's more to it, because I actually got a ticket from one of my viewers who was telling me that they found that Discord Nitro was cheaper than ever before. It was around 7 euros if you look at the turkey price for a year of Nitro, and they took the chance and bought 9 whole years of Nitro. In fact, they have screenshots of it. They had 115 months, 9.5 years, and ladies and gentlemen, next day, snapped in half to 67 months, which is 5.5 years. They instantly lost 4 years of Discord Nitro. But the way that they bought it is they didn't buy it from G2A, they bought it from a trusted seller, which a drug dealer could be a trusted seller. This doesn't mean anything. The main thing I want to point out is they talked about the price in Turkey. And then there was this comment. They think that people losing
見る
Your mama's so stupid. She made an appointment with Dr. Pepper.
ワン、ツー、ワン、ツー、スリー。エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エリン、エ 冷戦帝の二人はまだ帰ってこない
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is a story about a certain family and their struggles with a certain vampire and his minions. The implications of this series affect a universal scale, and in most cases, JoJo is often a serious series. But with all of those poses, the ridiculous amounts of blood and scenes, it's hard to take it seriously all the time. So in that spirit, why don't I give you a quick rundown of everything in the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure series in a totally serious and totally comprehensive video about the main JoJo universe. Get enough people to watch the video, and I just might do one for the other universe too. Welcome to the Amagi. Before we begin, only 25% of our viewers are subscribed, so if you're a fan of the video, please like and double check if you're subscribed, and with that out of the way, let's get into it. Time immemorial. People start existing. These people are in two different groups. There's the people who walk in the sunlight and live for very short periods of time. Then there's the Aztec vampires. Those are exactly as they sound, except they can also turn to stone. Due to this, we imaginatively call them pillar men, because they can turn into pillars and stuff. The ability to turn to stone is both a way of resting as well as a defense mechanism to the sun that they cannot walk around in. The pillar men eat the humans, and the humans, I guess, just didn't have a way to fight back because Hamon wasn't invented yet. Also, breathing is a JoJo reference. Now that you know, you can't unknow it. Welcome to the fandom. Due to the pillar men and women reaching near physical perfection, their birth rates start to fall off, and few pillar men are born after this. 100,000 to 8,000 BC. One of those few pillar men that gets born is named Kars. Kars hates being a pillar man, but loves it at the same time. He doesn't like being stuck living only at nighttime, and also thinks that the Pillarman gene pool isn't dried up and they just need to learn to evolve. What does Kars want to evolve into? Everything. So he makes a stone mask that will awaken the latent evolutionary potential within him, but he forgets that his skull is thick and it only just pokes him in the scalp. Somehow, this still awakens some latent potential, and somehow Kars evolves to have metal knives stuck in his arms. He develops a light mode. He also discovers that by making humans wear the mask, it awakens their potential too, as it can get through their soft little skulls. It turns them into weaker imitations of pillar men that are called vampires. Despite this, they can still make zombies and cool down areas around them, leading to powers that most pillar men aren't displayed to have. Cool. Most of the pillar men are skeptical about this new form Kars has achieved, as it requires him to eat more humans than before not to die of starvation. Despite this, another pillar man named ACDC is interested and goes and gets his scalp massaged by the magic mask and gets a heat mode, which disturbingly allows his fingernails and toenails to bend back and let blood vessels come out and squirt boiling hot blood at people. He also, for some reason, sews up his abs because I guess he likes looking like a tennis shoe. Also, the other pillar men attack Kars and ACDC. It's either because they're eating too many humans or because ACDC's powers disturb them as much as they disturb me. The pillar men decide that they need to kill these two with fire, but because apparently the masks have made Kars and ACDC too strong, they completely wipe out the rest of the pillar men. The only ones they don't kill are the baby Wamu and Santana, who were born in the last 8,000 of the 100,000 years before Christ. Assuming that Kars and ACDC predict the adorable fan art that will be made of their little family on Pinterest, they decide to adopt the two now orphaned pillar men. Also, just to let you know, because I forgot to mention it before, at about the year 50,000 BC, a particular meteorite would fall out of the sky in what would become modern-day Greenland. This meteorite is what eventually replaces Hamon and Pillarman when Araki gets tired of writing Castlevania X Fist of the North Star fanfiction. It will come into play much later. 7,999 to 3,000 BC. Wamu develops a fear of people touching his shadows. Santana and Wamu have their own potentials awakened by the stone masks. Wamu discovers his hidden ability is wind. Santana discovers that his hidden ability is jello.
I have to finish this paper. I'm swamped. No one told me college would be so damp.
Just get Grammarly. It's free.
Can it help with what I wrote?
3000 to 50 BC. Cars, AC/DC, Wamu, and Santana begin their search for the Red Stone of Asia, a super powerful rock that will be able to activate the stone mask and make it go through their skulls. Because Santana isn't very strong, they tell him that he has a super special mission, and that's to protect the stone masks they made. In actuality, this is their way of dumping Santana because Santana's Jello mode is nothing compared to light, heat, and wind modes. Santana turns into a pillar and sleeps in a cave in Mexico for a long time. During their search for the Red Stone of Asia, they end up in Rome, where one of the Roman emperors possesses it. The Pillarmen decide to rob Bro blind, but guess what? Humans reinvent breathing and make sunlight with it, as if they were living in the Demon Slayer world. This causes Wamu, AC/DC, and Cars a lot of trouble, but in the end, they still kill all of the Hamon breathers, or so they think. The red stone somehow escapes them though, and the Pillarmen decide to take up their idle animation by turning back into stone too. As it turns out though, the Hamon breathers weren't all dead, and they begin to propagate their ability, teaching people in Italy and people in Tibet. This breathing technique gets mixed in with karate. Through it, people can see the future, with this likely being one of the first recorded stands to ever appear in the series, that being Hermit Purple. 14th century to 18th century. Wind Knight's lot in England has its first recorded success of the 77 Rings trial, that being Winzalio, the Lion King. This Lion King becomes a legendary knight whose feats are not repeated by another until 62 years later, where Eichmann the Lightning King does the same. Apparently, Caingase the One-Eyed Man is another knight, who's then followed by Bluford and Tarkus. Turns out those two knights in Phantom Blood had more history to them that I didn't know about because I'm a dirty casual who only watched the anime. Shame on me. By the 1500s, there's an Aztec tribe that found the stone masks because Santana can't even do the one job Cars asked of him, and he wonders why he got abandoned by his family. Well, they start using the stone masks and eventually all die out because being a vampire requires lots of human sacrifices, and when that runs out, the vampire starves to death, I guess. Unless you're Dio, in which you just don't, for plot reasons. Anyway, in the mid-1500s, Tarkus and Bluford are both able to pass their trial, and Mary Stuart is born. About 23 years later, Elizabeth I has Mary killed, and her knights Tarkus and Bluford also get axed. Also, in 1783, Mikitaka the alien is born, or we assume he was, but that is if you believe he actually is an alien, which I do. 19th century. A lot of characters from the series proper are born, including Speedwagon, Arena Pendleton, Jonathan Joestar, and our favorite gay vampire, Dio Brando. Dio is raised by a father and mother, but the mother dies. She tells him a lot about heaven when growing up, causing Dio to begin desiring how to get there. But he desires to do it on his own terms, so that leads to a whole arc. Dario, Dio's father, is a dirty drunk sot, and Dio hates him, so Dio buys poison and puts it in his father's food, making him die. However, before dying, Dario mentions that he had done a single good-ish deed that will give Dio a free pass in life. He bequeaths it to his son. As it turns out, Dario had rescued the Joestar family patriarch and his only surviving family member, Jonathan Joestar. George offers to do anything Dario asks, and basically writes him a blank check to go to the National Bank of Joestar, which amazingly Dario somehow doesn't waste. Dio moves in and proves to be a better son than Jonathan, who Dio abuses day in and day out. He eats better, pokes Jonathan in the eye, puts his dog in the furnace, and even kisses Jonathan's girlfriend. All of this together makes Jonathan very pissed, as I'm sure you can imagine, and so he socks Dio in the mouth. Dio gets a very unhealthy respect for Jonathan, which later will result in desiring to have Jonathan's body. And no, I mean literally becoming Jonathan. As it turns out, the Joestars apparently like archaeology, and so they possess a sick mask. Can you see where this is going? After Jonathan's dad gets sick, Jonathan accuses Dio of attempted murder and even calls the cops, but Dio decides to become a vampire with the mask and kills everyone in the mansion except Jonathan and Speedwagon. Jonathan gets hurt real bad, but he beats the snot out of Dio even as a vampire and assumes he burns to death. Turns out he didn't burn to death and is eating many breads in London town right now. Eating breads is a euphemism for killing people and drinking their blood. During this time, he recruits Jack the Ripper and turns him into a zombie. Jonathan gets some breathing training from the karate Italian Will A. Zeppeli and decides to go fight Dio again. While he does, he has to kill Jack the Ripper without even dropping a single drop of wine, which he does because Hamon conducts liquids well. He then makes his way to Wind Knight's lot, where he meets a kid named Poco who's a bit of a coward, but actually also really brave when he puts his mind to it. They have to fight Bluford and Tarkus, with Tarkus killing Zeppeli during their battle, but Zeppeli is like, "It's all good, Jonathan. I knew it was coming. Hamon can see the future." And then he gives Jonathan his final Hamon, which I think makes him stronger. Well, now Jonathan has a sword named Pluck and continues with Speedwagon until they meet the Tibetan monks who taught Zeppeli. Their names are Tom Petty, Dyer, and Straits. Yes, everything in this series is named after music, in case you didn't know. They make it to Castlevania, where Dio is, and fight their way in. Dio gets split in half with a sword, but it somehow doesn't kill him. Dyer gets wasted immediately, and Speedwagon stands in the background narrating, something that sort of becomes his thing. Jonathan hits Dio with a sunlight yellow overdrive, which supposedly kills him, but actually, it doesn't. Jonathan thinks everything is great and decides to marry Erina and goes on a Disney cruise to America with her, but uh-oh, that isn't Mickey Mouse, that's a soulless zombie. Turns out Dio is also on a honeymoon to America, but only he's there with Wang Chan and decides he wants Jonathan's body more than Erina does. After an epic battle with more zombies, Dio uses his laser eyes to stop Jonathan from breathing. The ship is totaled though, and Erina takes the baby she found with her named Lisa Lisa and jumps into a coffin that Dio, after taking Jonathan's body, also somehow manages to get in without anyone knowing. Erina is rescued though, and before Dio can follow her, he gets his casket sunk for the next century. 20th century. Turns out Erina was pregnant with a baby herself and names the baby George Joestar II. She raises the adopted Lisa Lisa beside him, and he ends up going the route of Sweet Home Alabama on us and marries Lisa Lisa. Well, maybe it doesn't entirely count as Sweet Home Alabama, but the point remains. He marries his sister. He ends up getting her pregnant as World War I starts, and George joins the military. He gets eaten by his commanding officer, who is a surviving vampire from the era of Dio. Lisa Lisa destroys the officer but gets accused of murder when someone sees her do it. She leaves baby Joseph Joestar with Erina and goes out to get some Italian milk. Erina raises Joseph, and Speedwagon stays close to them when he moves to America as well and somehow becomes a rich oil tycoon. At one point in time, Joseph Joestar is on a plane with Speedwagon when it gets hijacked and crashes. Joseph crashing planes becomes a bit of a running gag. Never fly in a plane with Joseph Joestar. Speedwagon then meets up with Straits, the last surviving member of the crew they killed Dio with, and heads to Mexico when they heard that there might have been some more stone masks there. They find them, but uh-oh, Straits is insane and becomes a vampire. He wounds Speedwagon and throws him in a river. Speedwagon survives, but uh-oh, it's the 1930s and the Germans are becoming evil, and also they're in Mexico too. He gets captured by the Germans, who declare that their science is superior. I guess it kinda was, considering they made a cyborg in the 30s, but that comes later. Straits goes to kill Joseph Joestar since he's so good at Hamon breathing despite never having been taught. He underestimates Joseph's skills, as somehow Joseph is carrying around a Tommy gun and grenades, which he's not afraid to use to light up a little bar like some mafioso. In the end, he defeats Straits, who would rather kill himself than be killed by Joseph, so he uses Hamon breathing as a vampire and basically self-destructs. Joseph goes to Mexico to rescue Speedwagon and ends up finding Santana was captured by the Germans as well, who are trying to wake him up. They sadly succeed, and Santana uses his Jello mode to escape and attack the command center. Joseph tries to play games with Santana, but Santana isn't having it and kills everyone but von Stroheim, Joseph, and Speedwagon. Von Stroheim has his body infiltrated by the Jello Aztec and tries blowing himself up with a grenade. Joseph then uses the power of the sun to defeat Santana, leaving him as a rock, which is then kept by the Speedwagon Foundation. Joseph eventually goes to Italy, where he is to meet with somebody because the Pillarmen are in Italy and about to wake up. He meets Caesar and then discovers the Pillarmen, Cars, AC/DC, and Wamu. Wamu says, "Awaken my masters," and the kick-ass song of the same name plays as they pose. Joseph then receives a wedding ring that doesn't go on his finger by AC/DC and Wamu. One ring goes around his throat and the other goes around his heart. They give him 30 days to become a strong warrior or the rings will kill him. Joseph panics and is taken to train with Lisa Lisa by Caesar, where he watches his mother bathe while saying, "Nice." I guess Sweet Home Alabama is hereditary. During their training though, AC/DC can't wait to fight Joseph, so he shows up early and amazingly gets his butt handed to him. For a while, AC/DC survives as a brain, but when the sun rises, he gets the opposite of a brain freeze. He's sunburned on his neurons. Bro dies. After this, they head to Switzerland because Lisa Lisa mailed the red stone of Asia she had there to protect it from AC/DC. But Cars knows about it and goes there too, where we see von Stroheim has survived, being reconstructed as a cyborg because, as I said earlier, German science is the best. Joseph manages to get the stone first, causing Cars to flee, but in the end he and Wamu hole up in an abandoned hotel. Caesar, being stubborn because his family name was impugned by the Pillarmen earlier, decides to go alone and gets himself killed. But he offers Joseph a blood bubble that has his final hamon and Wamu's lip ring in it, which has the antidote to the poison left in him by the wedding rings from earlier. Joseph takes these things, but doesn't drink the antidote, saying he'll wait until he beats Wamu fair and square. They end up finding Wamu in AC/DC, but decide that instead of brawling then and there, they would instead make a spectacle of it in a conveniently placed coliseum nearby. While there, Joseph and Wamu have a chariot race and Joseph wins. Cars, though, turns out to be less honorable than his minions and just tries to take the stone from Lisa, wounding her in the process and using her as a tool against Joseph. Bro uses the stone to power his mask, which he then uses to become the ultimate life form. As the ultimate life form, Cars can walk in the sun and can transform into anything on Earth. However, this will make him starve even quicker to the point that he threatens to end all life on Earth. So Joseph steals a plane and lures him to a volcano where Cars pretty much humiliates Joseph. But Joseph shows that he stole the Redstone of Ajo when Cars wasn't looking, and when Cars tries to use a Hamon strike on Joseph, he strikes the stone instead, increasing the power of the blast into a super laser which pierces through Joseph's hand and into the volcano, causing it to kick both of them into the air. Joseph falls to safety, but Cars gets launched into space. Meanwhile, everyone is so sad because Joseph is dead, but he's actually still alive, and his new wife, Susie Q, who he met training in Italy, forgot to send the letter. After this, Joseph becomes a fairly successful real estate agent where he has 2 kids, Holy Joestar, who is his daughter through Susie Q, and Josuke Higashikata, who he has illegitimately with a woman half his age because he's actually a real bastard. During this time, Jotaro Kujo is also born, and he becomes suddenly possessed by an evil spirit, prompting Joseph to visit him. Speaking of which, we're now in the era of Stardust Crusaders. Yeah, this is where things really pick up because stands are superior to Hamon anyway. In the year 1984, a fishing boat discovers a casket, and Dio, who now spells his name in all caps for some reason, wakes up and eats everyone on board. 2 years later, while in Egypt, Diavolo, while part of an archaeological team, discovers arrows forged from a meteorite that fell in Greenland so many years earlier. These arrows can awaken stands, and he sells them to the witch Enyaba, who tells him what they can do. He keeps one arrow and awakens King Crimson with it, eventually creating a mafioso group a few years later. Enyaba brings Dio the stand arrows and she's like, stab yourself with this, and Dio's like, okay. And thus, Zawarudo is born. Doing this though awakens all of the Joestar family line stands too, including Holy Joestar and little Josuke, both of who are too weak for it and start dying. Around this time, Dio starts learning how to achieve heaven, as if you could do such a thing, and makes a soon-to-be Catholic priest join a cult. He teaches said priest about gravity and heaven, and then gives him a toe, just in case. At some point during this time, it's a heavy snowstorm in Morio, and Josuke's mom gets the car stuck. A certain pompadoured boy shows up in the snow to help her. He looks just like a teenage Josuke, but is likely just a scrapped arc idea from Araki, probably from the Bites the Dust arc of part 4, but in the end, I guess he is canonically just a guy who looks like Josuke. Josuke fashions his whole look after the guy and awakens his stand, Crazy Diamond. Elsewhere, Jotaro, Joseph, Avdol, and Kakyoin decide to play a game of Where's Zawaldo and go to Egypt to kick Dio's butt. Along the way, they fight many villains and recruit Polnareff and Iggy. They make it to Egypt after some long travels and find Dio's mansion, but Avdol and Iggy get killed by another gay vampire named Vanilla Ice, who Polnareff only barely manages to defeat. Polnareff, Jotaro, Kakyoin, and Joseph face Dio, but Dio's stand has the power to stop time, and he uses it to kill Kakyoin and Joseph. Jotaro gets so mad that he plot armors all over the place and literally just steals Dio's whole ability and kills him with it in the most unsatisfying way imaginable. But because we all love Joseph Joestar, Jotaro uses Dio's blood to bring Joseph back to life. Somehow though, Joseph doesn't turn into a zombie or a vampire, though he psychs us out with it, playing a joke that only raised more questions than answers. They all then head their own ways. Eventually, Polnareff goes to Italy to find the person who had the last stand arrow and instead gets his lunch eaten by King Crimson, who thinks he's killed Polnareff but actually didn't. Jotaro at some point reads Dio's diary because what greater shame can you put on your enemy than reading their diary? Dear Diary, today Jenny G and Jenny R said that my stando Zawaldo is too tacky because it's gold. They said that gold is a weak metal and would get me killed one day, but I told them to step off. Then I headed out with Poochie to get a smoothie at the place down the street where I gave him my first bone. It was such a magical moment. We're BFFs now. Jotaro, unable to handle anymore, burns the diary. 1999, a very bizarre summer. You know what Jotaro does after defeating Dio? He does what any sensible man does and becomes a marine biologist. Meanwhile, Josuke is in high school and Yoshikage Kira is getting boners from looking at the Mona Lisa. Josuke's mom is hot, a direct quote from Okuyasu, and his grandpa is a police officer who gets killed by a serial killer with a water stand. Jotaro shows up to recruit Josuke, and the two defeat this serial killer named Angelo, whom they fuse with a rock, creating the landmark Angelo Stone. There's a bunch of one-off adventures as people keep playing past the stand arrow, which eventually leads us to Yoshikage Kira, who just wants to live a quiet life where he can murder chicks for their hands. He kills Shigechi, which causes all of his friends to rage. Turns out Shigechi's friends were all the main characters, so Kira is screwed. They eventually find Kira, who in a moment of panic gets stabbed by the stand arrow a second time and awakens a new ability for his stand, which allows him to rewind time up to an hour if anyone who has the stand ability cast on them tells them his name. He casts this ability on a boy who discovers his identity and then follows the boy around because he can't help but flaunt this newfound ability over him. During this time though, Kira stupidly reveals his own identity, which Josuke hears, and because Kira said it himself, the ability doesn't count, and Josuke beats his butt. After a long battle, Kira confesses his love of hands to a paramedic and gets run over by an ambulance where he gets taken by hands ironically to a place where boners are impossible. 21st century. Giorno Giovanna is one of the many illegitimate sons of Dio. He's bullied and treated like crap by his adoptive father, but after this befriends the mafia and gets a good life, pretty much. One day his hair just turns gold and he develops a stand, Gold Experience. He also carries around a picture of Dio in his wallet, which I only assume he stole from his mom. Running around, Koichi from the last part is sent to Italy by Jotaro to look for Giorno. He finds him of course, but then becomes a background character that is almost never talked about again. Giorno ends up killing Leaky Eye Luca, or Leaky Eye Luca kills himself in a technicality, and Bruno, who had just gotten back from dealing with a stand user whose stand could predict the future, encounters Giorno Giovanna where he licks him to taste the lying salt of his face. Giorno beats Bruno in a battle and convinces Bruno to be his best friend instead and to betray the mafia. As it turns out, they both hate drugs, and the boss of Passion, Diavolo, is pushing him. So Giorno goes to Polpo to be recruited, is recruited, and kills Polpo with a banana. They then proceed to find Polpo's treasure to get the position of capo, which is basically captain for Bruno so they can get close to the boss. This works better than expected when the boss himself sends them to escort his daughter to him, which they do. However, before they can betray Diavolo, Diavolo betrays them and tries to kill his own daughter, who then joins Team Bucciarati in tracking down her father. During his fight with Diavolo, Bucciarati dies and then undies because reasons. They begin searching for Diavolo's past, which takes them to a small island called Sardinia. This results in the death of Abaccio, our favorite goth police mafioso. They're contacted by Polnareff, who tells them that he can beat Diavolo with a stand arrow, so they go to a coliseum after fighting a dude made of mold and a guy who swims in dirt. When they get there though, Diavolo also has made it, trying to get that arrow. What's so different about this arrow, you may ask? Well, I don't know, it has a beetle on it and gives your stand a stand, basically. Silver Chariot gets pricked by it and becomes Chariot Requiem and starts switching bodies around. Bruno becomes Diavolo, Diavolo becomes Mista, Giorno becomes Narancia, Mista becomes Trish, Narancia becomes Giorno, Trish also becomes Mista, Bruno's original body is dead, and Polnareff becomes a turtle. During this whole thing, Diavolo plus Trish unpurposely accidentally kill Narancia in Giorno's body, and Giorno then becomes Giorno again after fixing his own body. Turtle Polnareff tries to take the stand arrow from Chariot Requiem, but Chariot Requiem decides today is a good day to piss off PETA and attacks Turtle Polnareff. Mista, Trish plus Diavolo kill Chariot Requiem by destroying the hidden beach ball behind their head, and then Bruno finishes it off, returning everyone to their bodies except that Bruno's body is dead, so he goes to heaven instead. Polnareff doesn't return to his body because his body is dead, but because the turtle he switched with died with his body, Polnareff gets to stay a turtle as long as he wants. Diavolo tries to stab himself with the arrow, hoping to get a Requiem stand too. Do you remember that episode of SpongeBob where they're in a forest and Squidward keeps asking the magic conch shell if he can have something to eat? Yeah, that entire scene is basically how this is going for Diavolo, Polnareff, and Giorno. Giorno gets the arrow and receives Gold Experience Requiem, the most mysterious and powerful stand in all of JoJo. I don't care what Araki says. Star Platinum's time stop isn't beating Gold Experience Requiem's causality manipulation, especially since GER displayed he can move when there is no time, let alone when time is stopped. But I digress. Gold Experience Requiem decides that death is too good for Diavolo, so he curses him with immortality instead, but makes him live only in the situations where he would normally get killed, creating an endless death loop because Giorno is just as sadistic as his dad, I guess. Giorno then becomes boss of the mafia and makes a turtle his captain, so cool. 10 years later, a gay priest conspires to send an innocent woman to jail. Jolene Cujo, loving a dude with a fake AF name like Romeo, ends up helping him cover up for a murder, which actually does constitute a crime, so she isn't technically innocent, she just got a larger book thrown at her. The worst part, though, is that Romeo gets away with it because Jolene is a hopeless romantic with daddy issues. She awakens a stand by accident and calls it Stone Free. While in jail, she meets some others, such as a small bee named Emporio, Hermes, Plankton, who was protecting the secret formula, i.e. souls in a John Deere tractor, a guy in a woman's prison named Anasui, and a guy with a funky hat whose name is the same as his stand, Weather Report. Together, they fight a bunch of inmates and assassins who are being led by Pucci, a padre who worships the wrong Dio. Jotaro tries to break his daughter out of jail, but Pucci steals his stand and memories as punishment for reading his boyfriend's diary. From here, Pucci desperately wants to have Dio's baby, so he takes Dio's bone and fills it with the souls of 36 sinners. In this way, Pucci gives birth to Dio's baby, and then tells it about rhinoceros beetles until it attacks him and becomes his stand. Also, Dio had other sons besides Giorno, and they all help Pucci fight Jolene, but all get defeated eventually. Jolene eventually breaks out of prison and flies to Florida, because Florida is where the headlines read, "Florida man attempts to end world by achieving heaven." In Orlando, they try to stop Pucci, but Weather Report gets killed. They go to Cape Canaveral to fight Pucci, but he achieves heaven and kills literally everyone except for Emporio. The world resets and time speeds up to near the present. They end up back in Green Dolphin Street Prison, where Emporio leads Pucci into a room that was actually a stand ability. Emporio uses Weather Report's stand, Weather Report, which he got in the form of a stand disc, and uses it to put nothing but pure oxygen in the room. Pucci begins to choke on his own defeat as Emporio beats the ever-living snot out of the priest, killing him. And because he killed Pucci before time reset, a new timeline exists. Technically, I could stop here, but because Emporio goes to this new timeline and the events of it only really see a couple of scenes, I might as well tell it. In this universe, all of his friends are alive, and Jolene is there too, but her name is Irene in this universe, a reference to another manga by Araki. They all drive off into the sunset like it's a happily ever after, but not really, because everyone actually died. And Jolene isn't actually Irene, but was replaced by a totally new person. My question is, what in the world happened to Giorno? And that's the history of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, I guess. What did you think? Do you love JoJo's too? If so, tell us about your favorite moments, your favorite characters, and your favorite stands. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell to be notified when more videos like this drop. And while you wait for that, check out the
Evangelion is a rather complex story with a confusing timeline that still has fans theorizing about just what actually happened, which meant to make this video, I had to fully dive into the
This video is brought to you by my wonderful patrons. There's an extended cut of it on my Patreon, so if you'd like to see that and get other benefits, you can join for as little as $2 a month, which would be awesome because this is most likely going to be copyright claimed. Either way though, I hope you enjoy the video. Thank you. The term Flanderization describes a change that occurs in the writing of a character, usually in a long-running TV show. Over the course of time, a once dynamic, multi-layered character gets morphed into something more static and dominated by a few exaggerated characteristics. The term gets its name from Ned Flanders, the do-gooder, ultra-Christian next-door neighbor to the Simpsons family. And I'm honestly unsure if I need to explain who Stupid Sexy Flanders is at this point, but I'll err on the side of caution, I guess.
Feels like I'm wearing nothing at all.
Quit it! Must wash eyes!
Regardless, it wasn't just Flanderization for Flanders in that show, but Flanderization for all. The first full episode of The Simpsons aired on December 17th, 1989, and just a week before Christmas that year, and just over a week since my own birth. And some people lost their shit.
Family to make American families a lot more like the Waltons and a lot less like the Simpsons.
Now, in the year of our Lord 2022, it's a bit difficult to remember what the world was like back then. It's especially hard for me to remember because I was still just a wee little baby. But things were much different. The Berlin Wall was still bits of rubble on the streets of a reunited city. The US was gripped in a panic over devil-worshipping cults using Dungeons and Dragons and that dang grunge music to corrupt their children. I mean, we've all seen Stranger Things, you get the picture. So it shouldn't be much of a shock that The Simpsons was considered countercultural, risque, or even offensive to some viewers when it first aired. The show peeled back the layers of the by then rote image of a fake sitcom family, and instead made fun of a much realer, more grounded take, for that time, of an American household. one full of warts, dysfunctions, and downright abuse by today's standards. However, season after season wore on. The writing room shuffled members around, and the writing itself got sanitized by the general force of the show's own popularity and syndication. And as all these things changed, so too did the characters. Over time, the Flanderization spread, and all of Springfield got the treatment. In an interview with Vice magazine, Moral Oral creator Dino Stamatopoulos said of that first season,
"I realize I'm in the minority here, but the first season of The Simpsons was the best season because it was about the most real family on TV. I wanted Moral Oral to have the opposite of the progression that happened in The Simpsons."
In contrast to The Simpsons, Moral Oral aired its 33 episodes between 2005 and 2006 on Adult Swim, all in a post-9/11 America, still rocked from that event and taking out its considerable fury and bloodlust in the Middle East. Many Americans were disillusioned and pessimistic about the world, a fairly normal reaction to such a traumatic event, and that was being reflected in the media at the time. Said Stanton Populus in that same interview,
"Bush was in the White House, and the religious right was out of control. They still are, but 2005 was sort of the scary beginning of it, I feel. It was just the perfect storm for this show."
Moral Oral was the first example I can think of where a cartoon loses its own innocence, really allowing itself to dive deep into the consequences of the seemingly episodic events that happen in the show, turning it into something more serialized. It was this Vice article that got me to re-examine the show after only seeing a few episodes when it was still airing back in my teens. The article claims that Moral Oral had walked so that shows like BoJack Horseman could run. I had thought it was just a funny show where they all make fun of the super serious Jesus people, but wow, that was not the case at all. It starts out fairly innocently with things like Oral getting addicted to crack in this sort of, "aw shucks, kids will be kids" sort of way. Contrast that to the second season ending with his father in a drunken stupor shooting Oral in the leg with a rifle and then blaming him for it. And it's all played completely straight. Other than the art style of the claymation, by the last season, when you look back at the first, it's completely unrecognizable. If it wasn't already obvious, then be aware of spoilers for the entirety of the show, even if it did go off the air like a decade ago. The show follows Oral, a child in the city of
Cuando termines, ¿quieres jugar?
Morrilton State of Soda, which I guess just kind of nudged Missouri over to the right a little bit. Oral is the eldest child of Clay and Bloberta Puppington. You heard that right. His mom's name is Bloberta, with a B and another B. Other than those three, Oral has a younger brother, Shapey, who is coded as neurodivergent, which we'll talk about later. The town of Morrilton is ironically one of few actual morals. The people twist the Bible's teachings to fit their own agendas, and the Reverend rarely uses his pulpit for anything more than personal rants. It's very clearly a critique of the Southern Baptist Bible Belt and their hyper-religious worldviews. But we'll see that pretty quickly, so we might as well get started. The first episode sets out the tone and the structure of the show, at least for the first couple of seasons. That formula is basically Oral encounters something he thinks God will be mad about and overcorrects. Hilarious hijinks ensue, and then he gets a belt whipping from his dad in the study. Early Moral Oral is a very irreverent and episodic sitcom, like many other cartoons. Despite the sometimes extreme trouble that Oral gets himself into, there are never any lasting repercussions for himself, at least that we the audience know about anyway. For example, in this first episode, Oral thinks that dead people are sinners because they refused God's gift of life. All of this was based on his misunderstandings of Reverend Putty's sermons at church. So his solution is to use the Necronomicon, of course, the Book of the Damned, which he found at his local library. All to resurrect his friend Dewey's grandfather, completely missing the point somehow that doing so would be a huge heresy to his religion. However, things of course go awry, and Dewey's grandfather creates a zombie apocalypse in Morrilton. Of course, Clay, his father, is not pleased when he finds out. He tells Oral to meet him in his study, causing Oral to gulp.
I think you should meet me in my study.
This happens nearly every episode. It's like the Moral Oral version of Kenny dying in early South Park. Meeting in the study means Oral is going to get a belt whipping and a lecture. Except Clay's lectures never really address the real issues at hand. Clay isn't worried about the little things like zombies taking over the town or that Oral used a demonic text to summon them in the first place. Rather, he, and the whole town really, are just mortified that all the zombies are naked.
They're disgusting, exposed bodies.
Oral and Dewey went around disrobing them. Don't worry, it's not a sexual thing, don't ask. So the episode concludes with Clay making Oral hand out clothes to the zombies. And that's it. Episode over. Everything is reset next week. Despite everything I've just said, even early on there are hints of a more serialized plot. That is, a plot that continues between episodes, that's told over the course of an entire season. At first, it's just the little things. For instance, there's a great scene which shows the Morrilton school coach watching Clay pee right outside the bar. At first, it seems like he's waiting, but...
I'd give it one more shake.
All right. Thanks, buddy. By the way, my name's...
Later, Pally.
Over the course of the series, a relationship between the two is revealed and allowed to grow. Or there's this Christian metal song heard at the beginning called Burn in Heaven that we can see posters for in the town throughout the series.
Down to Jesus' bidding.
Oh, nice.
Like I said, small things at first. Probably things that wouldn't stick out on a first viewing, but let's move on. So in episode 2, Oral impregnates all of the women in Morrilton without their consent. Now, I can't rightly say that without explaining, so here goes. The episode begins with Oral experiencing the joys of masturbation, which he calls number 3.
Number 1, gold is the sun. Number 2, I need to go poo. Number 3, set my sperm for... Oral, you've been masturbating.
He's, shaking hands with the milkman, if you will, in the school bathroom when the janitor barges in. Eventually, Oral gets sent to the Reverend, who has these amazing banners hanging. The good Reverend tells him that the reason masturbation is a sin is because it's wasting his seed. But rather than the argument convincing him to stop, it causes Oral to decide to find a way to do it without wasting his jizz. But he doesn't yet know how, so he goes to his dad. You might see where this is going. Clay, in turn, avoids the question by reading an answer out of a book.
Babies are made by God's chef, visiting ladies at night while they're asleep and injecting them with the delicious glaze. From his holy pastry bag.
Putting 2 and 2 together, Oral decides that he just needs to act as God's chef himself, putting his seed into women while they sleep with the use of a piping bag. You know, that thing bakers use to put icing on cakes? Why did I have to speak this out loud? Of course, when they find out, the women are, well, they're not happy to be pregnant. Yeah. Despite that, there are no lasting repercussions for Oral, or at least that's how it seems.
I'll take him from here, Don.
Well...
To my study.
Once again, his father isn't mad at him for getting the town pregnant, but instead he's just disappointed that Oral didn't do it in the missionary position, like God would have wanted. So, in the third episode, Oral gets addicted to crack. It starts with Clay teaching him to never waste anything. Then in church, Reverend Putty says to help the poor and needy, so combining the two lessons, Oral gives money to a homeless man who refuses to take it for nothing, giving him a bag of crack in exchange. And since Clay told him to never waste anything, he uses it, becoming addicted. But it's okay, because Oral's parents are really tuned in to their children's problems.
What do you suppose he's going upstairs to use exactly?
Oral turns into a junkie and beats up his boss, jonesing for some money to get another hit. Finally, Clay learns what's been happening, but of course he's mad because
crack is a gateway to slang.
Slang?
Yes.
But more importantly, the real evidence that we see of not all being well in the Puppington house. You know, aside from the whole crack thing. It's already apparent that Clay is miserable himself, as every night when he walks in the door, he complains the same way.
Stinking dead-end job.
Clay buys what appears to be hard milk, yuck, from the convenience store and then chugs it before church. During the sermon, we see him burping cartoon drunk bubbles, which Bloberta smells and does not look too pleased about. It's the first time we see any sort of friction between the two, though it's sort of a blink and you'll miss it moment. By this episode, it's clear that Shapey, the other Puppington kid, is coded as developmentally challenged. For the most part, he is nonverbal, using screams to get his way.
There, little one.
And is generally treated at best as an afterthought, or at worst, as an active nuisance to the family. There's not much more to say about Shapey yet, except that it's revealed how little his parents care for him, as his bedroom is more like a large storage closet. It's filled with miscellaneous cardboard boxes, one of which is labeled like sharp objects. There's no decorations or any type of the typical bedroom furniture, and there are drawings on the wall that look like the ravings of a prisoner. The rest of the first season mostly plays out the same way as these first few episodes, introducing us to new characters and more shenanigans for Oral to get into, on the advice of different town members. I'm going to skim over some of the following episodes because otherwise we'd be here all day. Episode 5 sees the introduction of the one genuinely nice person in Morrilton outside of Oral himself, Stephanie. She is an outsider, completely counter to the espoused values of the town. She works in a sex toy shop, which Oral visits this episode. Upon his request to help him please his future wife, Stephanie gives Oral a Prince Albert piercing, which, ouch. And there's the cream.
I platonically applied some salve to the sensitive areas. Oh.
Unsurprisingly, dear old dad doesn't much like Stephanie, telling Oral that she can be nice because she's different, while normal people...
When you're normal like everyone else here in Morrilton, you have the luxury of not being pleasant.
By this episode, we are seeing a number of different clues, which point to a grounded and in some cases darker truth, with multiple Morriltonians. We see Dad and Coach having a very sexually charged phone call.
Clay, it's Danielle. Saw a little addition to your son's anatomy just now, and I'm hoping it's not genetic.
We see Reverend Putty exposing his perpetual loneliness in his sermon.
I think to myself, that man doesn't know how good he has it. I should be with her to show her what a real husband is like.
And we see Bloberta going slightly insane in her loveless marriage, putting all her energy into cleaning, literally cleaning the cleaning products themselves. Episode 8 gives us our introduction to Joe, Coach Stopframe's nephew, and an absolutely puckered little asshole.
Die, you dirty ant! That's for moving our dirt around.
Yeah!
He convinces Oral to beat up on some gay kids who are coded in the cutest, most wholesome way possible.
You're nice. You're nice. You're nice. Nothing weird going on here.
Upon hearing about his activities, a totally shit-faced Daddy Clay swerves through the forest in his car to pick up Oral. Now imagine my surprise when he wasn't actually mad about the gay bashing, but instead that Oral had left his other friends out to do it.
You went out romping around and gallivanting with Joe, and you never asked those 3 longtime pals of yours to join in.
You really think that's what bothered me?
Are you questioning me, young man?
Oh, an omelet face mask.
Omelet face mask? Huh. That's pretty good.
No, I won't explain that. At least the gay kids get a happy ending, though.
You're nice. You're nice.
Finally, in the penultimate episode of the first season, we really start to see the cracks becoming exposed. Oral is trying to manage his brother because his parents are too uncaring to do so themselves, which results in Oral being shot in the face with a BB gun. This prompts Clay to chide Oral for being at fault because he isn't mature enough. So Oral sets out to learn what it means to be mature. He starts out following some of the other adults, which eventually leads him back home to observe his parents. There, he witnesses them in a really ugly fight, one where they are using sex as a tool for manipulating each other.
Why would I be on the side of a self-destructive alcoholic?
I can't believe I give you the privilege of satisfying me every night. Son of a...
The things they say in the fight are not something a truly happy couple says to each other. However, the music apparently doesn't agree, which is something that we will come back to in just a moment. So if episode 9 showed the first cracks, then the season finale reveals the first big break in the formula that the series has been building up to this point. The episode is the Christmas special, and in it, Oral becomes convinced that his brother Shapey is the second coming of Jesus Christ. He begins worshiping Shapey and even destroys a nativity set outside the church because his parents, consumed with their own issues, aren't paying attention as usual. I say as usual, but this time we actually get a window into seeing what's going on in their world too. We also see some other interesting bits, like the introduction of Jews for Jesus, the Christine family who joins the Morrilton Church. It's implied they're trying to fit in since the town is so intolerant to outsiders. The finale begins like most other episodes, with the Puppingtons heading to church and listening to another fire song.
If the Lord were alive today, what would you give him this Christmas? Give him a $20 gift certificate at Pizza Joe's.
Merry Christmas.
The Reverend gives a sermon about how people who raise children that aren't their own are very good people and should be praised, just as Joseph was to be praised for looking after the baby Jesus. Yet the Puppingtons assumed that the sermon was about them, Shapey in particular, who is apparently not Clay's biological son. At some point, Bloberta stepped out on him with Coach Stopframe, the same coach who Clay is now in a secret, sort of, but not really relationship with. We see them in their room that night for the first time, noting that not only does the couple not sleep in the same bed, but they also have some sort of privacy wall between them, called the Lustguard 6000. They're fighting over the sermon and Shapey's legitimacy over a silent background. No music at all, completely deadpan.
You know the Reverend was referring to you not wanting Shapey.
That's ridiculous. How would he even know?
Don't be an idiot. Everyone knows you didn't want him.
Yeah, well, I had my reasons. I think it's kinda strange that I don't even remember conceiving this kid.
One thing I haven't mentioned up to now is the music. Moral Oral has a very peppy soundtrack, just like many other irreverent cartoons, especially those more geared towards children.
Yep. In fact, he may already be here. There might be a little child right now running around somewhere who's the second coming.
Cool.
And this is true for much of the first season, right up until we see this couple fight in episode 10, when the soundtrack is notably absent, at times. However, they fought in a similar way in the previous episode, but the music was still there, so what's the difference? Well, it's Oral. Oral's presence is the difference.
I never asked for a second child, and then boom, Shapey magically appears. Explain that.
Shapey.
In the first fight, we, the audience, are seeing them fight from Oral's perspective, and he is still an innocent kid who doesn't really understand the implications of such an argument. In contrast, the fight, which begins episode 10, is only between Bloberta and Clay. So it seems that the music expresses Oral's innocence. It is the background music of a kid going through life in ignorant bliss. And as the series goes on, and that innocence is stripped away, so too is the peppy music, though it isn't an immediate thing. The fight comes to a head when Bloberta tells Clay that she is unhappy and that she wants a divorce.
You are disgusting. I want a divorce.
Fine, I'm gone. Live it up, baby!
We see her lying in bed the next morning, eyes wide and unable to sleep, slipping into existential dread, once again in silence. After their fight, as the two boys are tearing up the nativity scene, their distraught mother comes to finally take them home. Oral asks about their dad, innocently insisting that he has to be there for Christmas, and not understanding the weight of the events unfolding. Bloberta doesn't take it well.
Then I suggest you go find your precious father and the two of you spend Christmas together.
The episode ends with Oral peering into the window of the pub where his dad is drinking away his sorrows. Oral doesn't bother him, but he realizes that there are still a couple of minutes left for Christmas to be saved. So of course he prays to God to do so.
But you still have 2 minutes left, and I have faith in you.
And as he waits in vain for some miracle to occur, the camera begins to zoom out, the scene dressed in utter depressing silence. We continue moving up and away, taking the perspective of a god. Yet we witness no answer, just the thick sheets of snow falling on an empty street, with Oral standing alone in the frame. And finally, the feeling that the entire episode has been building towards hits you. There is nothing more. This is it. And then the realization that it wasn't just this episode, but the entire season was leading us down this path. This entire first season and the bait and switch that it pulled was, to put plainly, art. It's beautiful in its simplicity, yet deceptively complex just beneath the surface. Fun fact, when the show first aired on Adult Swim, the pilot they showed was this 10th episode. When asked why on earth that was the case, creator Dino Stompin' Octopus responded,
So it's 2005, and season 1 isn't starting because Standards and Practices is too afraid to put this show out. December came and they said, it's almost Christmas now. Let's have that episode be our debut. This is one of our strongest episodes in terms of blasphemy. If we can air this episode and show SMP that no one is going to pick at us, then you got a better chance to air all the episodes.
Unfortunately for the team behind Moral Oral, this meant that many people's first experience with the show was this climactic moment that needed to be experienced after building up the surrounding context. Imagine being one of those people that watched Avengers Endgame without ever experiencing any of the other MCU movies, and you sort of see why that might be a problem. So then season 2 airs and things are mostly back to normal. Wait, what? Yeah, so most of the season 2 is just like the formula that the first season set up. A happy-go-lucky Oral getting into trouble with his pals, complete with the goofy music and the bad lessons from Dad. Only something doesn't feel quite right. It's not quite the same as the beginning of the show. There is something dark just beneath the surface that isn't always visible, but it can be felt. Oral isn't living that totally untainted life anymore. He's lost a piece of his innocence, and in a way, so have we, the audience. Now we know what's happening behind the curtain, so the jokes don't hit the right way anymore. Don't get me wrong though, that just adds another layer to the complexity. It's still a fantastic show. And throughout the season, the writers really begin to tighten the screws on that idea. In the first episode back, the writers remind us that everything that happened in the finale wasn't just a bad dream. It actually happened and truly resulted in lasting consequences. Yet Clay takes Oral to a lunch to assure him that he and Bloberta have decided to stay together.
The last thing we want people to think is that we don't care about our own kids. That's one fact that is none of their business.
In the drive from the Chinese restaurant, the topic of race comes up, and we find out that Bloberta is canonically racist and approves segregation. So that's a thing we all know now. At church later, we get the typical setup with a heated sermon from Reverend Putty proclaiming the favor that Jesus has for people that look like him, which of course means white people. But not even just white people, like the real kind of white people, you know? Please tell me you know, because I don't, and I nearly had an aneurysm both writing and speaking that sentence. Anyways, Oral takes the sermon literally, pointing out that the Figarelli kid, Billy, isn't white like the rest of the boys. This realization gets adopted by the adults, which eventually leads to them segregating the town down the lines of the Figarellis and everyone else. Only this episode is somewhat of an unfortunate mess, as the satire is nearly lost, instead just straying into recreating segregation in its entirety, but for the comedic elements of the Figarellis being segregated upwards. There's also the usage of an unfortunate inward pun using the Figarelli name, which you get the picture. That didn't age too well, which is a rare miss for the show. The message of the episode is pretty muddled for anything beyond segregation bad, actually. Which, I mean, like, yeah, pretty hot take, I guess. Regardless of that, though, it ends with the Figarellis' new segregation mansion burning down, which leads Oral to burn down the rest of the town to make things equal. This isn't like when he impregnated the town's women, though. This will have consequences down the road. One interesting note is the return of the Christines, the converted Jewish family. They offer shelter to the Figarellis before things become ugly for them.
Didn't Simon have the chutzpah to help Jesus when he was schlepping that fakakta cross?
No, thanks, Christine. Jesus will take care of me.
Yet Mr. Figarelli declines. But more interesting than that is just the existence of this hiding spot. It shows that despite the Christines' conversion in an attempt to fit in, they know that deep down the town may never truly accept them. The existence of their secret attic tells us that they know it might have to be them up there at some point. That's fucking dark for a claymation cartoon. So the second episode forces Oral to watch as his dog is taken to be murdered. Now, if you're saying to yourself, hang on, I don't remember Oral having a dog, then yeah, you'd be right. Bartholomew the dog is introduced this episode. Oral finds him while out in the park with his family. Despite the briefness of his appearance, though, he's still the best dog and I love him.
What do you think we should call you? That's it! Bartholomew! One of our Lord's lesser-known yet very important disciples.
In case you didn't catch that, he's trying to say his name is Jesus, in case it wasn't on the nose enough. But of course, something so pure, so loving is not long for the town of Moralton. Very quickly, some of the townspeople have beef with Bartholomew, not because he pissed on their shoe or bit anybody in the dick, just because the kids liked him more than the Reverend for just a minute, or he miraculously made a girl able to walk after Dr. Potter's Wheel said there was nothing he could do, hurting their egos. You know, that old chestnut. Oral realizes that he actually loves Bartholomew more than he loves Jesus, which is a big no-no. So he decides that he has to just try loving Jesus even harder. However, his dad and the Reverend catch wind of this development and use it as an excuse to make Oral get rid of Bartholomew, giving the dog to Dr. Potter's Wheel, who outright says he's going to kill it.
Gee, Dad, does he have to die?
With all that love being spread everywhere, this dog is dangerous.
This episode really fucked with me. Not just because I have this love for dogs, but also because some of its deeper implications. Likely the reason Oral was so quickly enamored with Bartholomew is that he has never before experienced that kind of unconditional love from anyone else before, certainly not his parents. So of course, when he found it, he clung to it. But also because even after making Oral give the dog up, his mother rubbed salt in the wound by telling him that Bartholomew won't be going to heaven.
Does that mean Bartholomew is going to burn in hell?
Not that either. You see, animals have no souls whatsoever. That's what makes it so tasty when we eat and drink them.
And that's the way most of Season 2 progresses. Similar to Season 1, as I said, but just with a darker tinge to everything. Nothing is quite as fun as it was the first time round. Everything is just a little crueler, and peppered in are reminders that everything that happened in the Puppington household is continuing to have consequences going forward. This season is twice as long as the first, though, so we'll need to speed things up. In episode 3, Coach and Dad's relationship nearly goes full steam ahead. Reverend Putty gives a homophobic speech, and the coach joins a satanic cult to try performing a ritual to make Clay finally be with him. Except the satanic cult is really just a bunch of nerds more concerned with earthly pleasures and sticking it to the church than really worshiping the devil. Kind of like in real life.
It's not like the uptight Christians and whatnot.
Listen, I don't know where you get your information, but Christians do eat candy bars.
No, not this gooey, they don't.
In episode 4, we find out that Oral's parents are trying swinging in their own weird way, and in episode 5, Oral gets eggs outlawed because they come from a sexual place. We get this really weird scene of a farmer sexualizing his chickens, which is another sentence I never thought I'd have typed.
Jezebel, Horeen, Slutsy, Carlotta, and prostitution.
Gee, why are they so high up, Farmer
Hush
Pony?
boy, Horeen looks like she's about to put on a show.
In episode 6, we find out that any kids who question the Reverend about his views on science get sent to a special ed class, which is a really poignant message about othering people who think in different ways, except for the unfortunate and frequent usage of the R slur. We also learn about Super God, which is like God, but like super.
More powerful than all powerful, can create a rock so heavy that even regular God can't lift it.
Well,
now you may have started to sense a pattern with the episodes thus far in season 2. They all serve to destroy the innocence of Oral. While Oral got into trouble in the first season, it was always played as just silly hijinks, nothing more. But let's review what we've seen in this season so far. Oral is exposed to racial segregation. He is forced to lose something that he loves in Bartholomew. He learns about homophobia and is suspicious of sex, and he learns to judge people that don't conform to his beliefs. And it doesn't stop there. Episode 8 is pretty important because Oral finally finds love, and he learns that even if you worship the same God, if you do it in a slightly different way, you're evil and going to hell. A family moves into the house next door, and they are a carbon copy of the Puppingtons, with the only major difference being Oral's doppelganger. She is a girl named Christina. However, the family doesn't say grace the same way as the Puppingtons do, and chaos ensues.
Those who trespass.
Debtors? Trespassers? What are you, nuts? Get out!
Well, you think you know someone.
Yet despite the families hating each other, Oral and Christina sneak out at night to be together. We even see the first example of Oral directly betraying his beliefs and his parents in saying the prayer the way Christina's family says it, something he immediately regrets doing though.
Get it right.
Don't look at me like that.
This episode also cements the affair between Nurse Bindi and the principal of Oral's school that we first saw way back in episode 9 of the last season, and this will take center stage shortly. More importantly, though, Shapey gets accidentally swapped with this doppelganger, and nobody notices for a while except for Oral. He tries to tell his family, but he never quite gets it out, and it stays that way for a while. Episode 9 shows Oral once again going against his faith. A rabbi doctor is injured by a Jesus figurine, leaving a Jesus-shaped wound on the man, which of course the town takes as a sign from God. Given that, they refuse to heal him, which would destroy the sign. In fact, they line up all the other sick patients to come in and kiss the wound, making it worse, festering with all the newly introduced bacteria and God knows whatever else. However, as the rabbi is near death, Oral finds a way to give him medicine while still having plausible deniability.
Maybe if I put this Jesus figure close enough, it would help heal you.
Yeah. Great.
Here, I'll put it on this tray.
Episode 10 is another important one that creates an ongoing storyline, once again cementing the change towards a more serialized storytelling and away from the original formula. Oral convinces Stephanie, the sex toy shop worker, to go to church with him, though it's revealed that she only goes to confront her father, Reverend Putty. It seems her mother, while a devout Christian that didn't have sex out of wedlock, decided to steal some of Reverend's used tissues to extract his semen and impregnate herself. You know, how people do. Remember, he chastised Oral for doing the old number 3 last season. The episode mainly focuses on Stephanie and Reverend Putty as they try to navigate this sticky situation.
Thank you, you're too kind.
However, it ends in a rare wholesome moment where he tells her she can call him dad, accepting her as his daughter in one of the few examples of a warm relationship in Morrilton. It seems that despite her appearance and her profession, things that the good Christian people of Morrilton look down upon, Stephanie is the only true, rational, and genuine person, and this spreads to the people she interacts with. Episode 11 is Oral's metaphorical awakening, the moment that he is really forced to face the truth of his shitty parents and the events that we have seen in the show. He is practicing for a praying bee, where contestants are judged on their praying prowess, perhaps producing a perilous panic in Oral, purportedly pointing at his predetermined performance. He kind of freaks out and injures his hands during his pray practice. Okay, that's the last one, I promise. And so he goes to the one person that has been truly helpful to him, Stephanie. She gives him some things that facilitate meditation, which of course Dad doesn't like. Regardless, it helps him enough that later in the heat of the bee, when he is unable to concentrate on praying, Oral goes back to meditation. And when he meditates, he is visited by a vision of Buddha with a weird bumpkin accent.
But I couldn't help in overhearing that your nothingness suddenly has become a lotness.
Buddha reveals to him the reason that he is having trouble, the reason that he's been feeling weird lately. However, having the truth revealed to Oral doesn't immediately make things better. Quite the opposite, in fact. For the rest of the season and the show, really, we see him going through the different stages of grief. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. The grief of the loss of his innocence, his childhood, and of the perfect family he thought he had. In episodes 12 and 13, we see Oral going through the stages of denial and anger. In 12, Principal Fakey is having problems of guilt due to his affair with Nurse Bindi. Oral steps in for the Reverend in the repressional and tells him to just deny that it's happening, and then it'll be like it really isn't happening. Fakey finds out that he has an STD and blames it on his wife because he clearly is not the one sleeping around.
Is there no decency left in this world?
Uh-oh.
Diseased harlot! I trusted you! I was going to give you a baby!
Oral briefly feels responsible for causing Fakey and his wife pain, but Reverend Putty gives him the same advice to repress his feelings. And the episode ends with Oral skipping off happily, in denial of the pain that he has caused and is feeling himself. In episode 13, Oral starts by listening to this song, which has been stuck in my head ever fucking since.
You've got to turn the other cheek. Turn the other cheek. Show the world how strong you are by simply acting weak. Inherit all the world someday, cause you will be the meek. Show them just how meek when you turn the other cheek.
And using the message of the song, he lets a bully walk all over him. But Clay teaches him that turning the other cheek is for the weak. So Oral begins to take his anger out on not only the bully, but anyone that makes a fist, including this cat.
They'll turn the other cheek. They'll learn about the Bible with your holy violent streak.
You never know. He even turns Clay's advice around and beats the hell out of him too. So rather than punishing Oral, thus admitting to being wrong in his advice,
I'm a barrel man. Whoa, Emily is here. When did he join? I don't know.
Ian, shut the freak up.
No.
He is the
only Why is Sam just writing numbers?
She's trying to get 69.
Oh. Wait, but I wasn't ready.
Okay, click, read all the things, and I'll just redo it.
44.
Okay, I'm gonna click off now.
Click off, and read all things.
Yeah. Read all.
advice, the two just sit in the study for a full minute because...
Well, we had to cast what's called a smoke screen.
A smoke screen?
Yes, it's a valuable tool I use in order to give your mother the illusion that I'm actually doing my job as your father.
Neat.
Episode 15 gives us a glimpse into Doey's household and why we've never seen him with his parents. They are the perfect distillation of the high school sweethearts who never grew out of that mindset, with the dad still wearing his varsity jacket and the mom in her cheerleading outfit. At best, their attitude towards Doey is indifference, and at worst, contempt, just shoveling money at him to go away. Later, because their teacher, Mrs. Sculpton, shows even a sliver of kindness towards Doey, he instantly falls in love and tries to buy hers. Meanwhile, Oral tries to find a way to make Doey happy, making a deal with the pedophile ice cream man. In a way, he is helping Doey in the same way that he needs to be helped. In episode 16, a washed-up Christian folk singer comes to live in Morrilton, writing this play in which Oral plays Judas and sings this song.
I hate you, Jesus, you rotten little thing. Your sermon never pleases and your parables all stink. Your eyes are beating noses, weird a goofy masking case. I'd like to take your stupid beard and rip it.
That's basically it. Nothing much else to say yet. In episode 18, Oral's movie premiere is where some real shit starts to go down. Oral premieres the stop-motion movie that we've seen him working on. In the end credits after every episode. Many of the Morrilton townsfolk are in the audience to watch. The movie is a pretty frank look at the life in Morrilton and covers many of the events from season 1. It reveals what happened with the reanimated corpses in the first episode and how he got the townswomen pregnant. It lays bare Clay's drunkenness.
Hey, Oral Puffington, my son. Good.
Yes, Clay Puffington, my father who looks like a puppy because he is loyal and good.
You don't have to hurry. Good.
And the Reverend's crippling loneliness for all to see.
I love Jesus so much that nothing else matters to me. I don't need girlfriends or wives or anything like that. I'm happy being all alone forever.
Midway through, Dickhead Joe takes over the voiceover, doing mocking voices, and reveals Principal Fakey's affair with Bindi.
Hey, that actually looks like Principal Fakey, the dumb guy at school. He cheats on his wife with the dumbest girl ever, Nurse Bendy.
The movie also reveals to the town Clay and Oral's ritual belt beatings in the study, and Dr. Potter's Wheel asks the question we have all been asking ourselves for this entire series.
Is his dad molesting him?
What? Of course, nobody is happy with Oral, though we didn't really get to see the aftermath yet.
That's too bad.
Yeah, I guess sometimes certain things get misinterpreted.
Like what?
Not sure.
If 18 was a dive off the deep end, though, then episodes 19 and 20 are where moral Oral hits the bottom of the fucking pool directly on its face, and we just watch as the metaphor grows out of control as Oral lies unconscious at the bottom and the blood pools on the top of the surface of the water. Right, I guess I'll begin at the beginning. These episodes are really just a part 1 and 2 of the same story, which is a first for this series. Episode 19 begins in media res, at the end of one of Oral's punishments for some vague offense.
I'm never gonna do that with those in there for that long ever again.
Good boy, son.
Clay decides that the two need some bonding time, and so they go on a hunting trip. By what we've seen so far, this isn't really something that they've done in the past. In fact, Clay shows Oral an endless hall full of guns right in his study, on the other side of the room, which we haven't seen because the camera always points the other way. Though Oral never saw it either, so I don't know. Anyways, Clay gives Oral a gun that his father once gave him in some sort of family tradition called Old Gunny.
For years, it's been a grand Puffington tradition that the head of the household would hand off Old Gunny to his firstborn son.
After loading up the car and Clay throwing away basically everything that Oral packed, they head off towards the wilderness. The first thing we see is Clay making a little tent for all the booze that he brought and immediately starting to get shit-faced, which is making Oral visibly uncomfortable. One interesting thing about this episode is that it's really the first time we've seen these two interact alone for an extended amount of time. It's uncomfortable just sitting there and watching the events unfold. We empathize with Oral, who is clearly just as uncomfortable as we are. And this is just how things are going to be going forward. All the things that the early show just cut out or didn't show us are on full display, and it leaves us to wonder if this is how things really were the entire time, and we're only now just seeing the full picture, or if the relationship really has decayed this much. Plus, Clay keeps referring to different objects as nature's things, like...
So, with one of these honeys, we're mercifully letting animals take what we like to call nature's shortcut.
Everyone knows that grass is nature's carpeting.
Clay, who is completely drunk at this point, makes Oral go and try to shoot his first animal, asserting that killing something will make him more of a man. However, Oral doesn't want to do it, and instead he just befriends all the animals they encounter, slowly causing his father to become enraged. Finally, Clay takes the gun from him and kills a deer himself, which quite visibly traumatizes Oral. He then shoots a dog in his drunken stupor, saying,
Oral, hunting dogs are just nature's rabbits.
So he's the worst character and I hate him. The two run away from the dog's owner, and we next see them by the fire with a very diseased-looking dog corpse spit roasted over the fire, and Clay eating an even more diseased-looking paw. It's clearly designed that way to evoke disgust, if we already didn't feel it towards the drunk bastard. And then, finally, Oral snaps.
Well, I think you might be... too drunk.
We've been waiting for this the entire season, but all the trauma built up finally causes it to happen, and he talks back to his dad for the first time, calling him out for being a drunk and a mean one at that. This sets Clay off on a diatribe.
Why do you quit working on me?
She always fools me, Oral.
I'll make things better, dear. Drink me. Put me inside you. I'm great. And she chokes me just like every other whore out there.
The tension keeps building and building until Oral, who is holding Chekhov's Old Gunny, accidentally pulls the trigger. It's played as a cliffhanger, leading into episode 20, but in actuality, he only shot one of Clay's bottles, which was actually probably the worst thing he could have done. This sets off Clay even further. He gets so frustrated that he can't do anything properly due to his drunkenness that he has a child's tantrum. He then picks up a rifle and accidentally shoots Oral in the leg.
Don't butt me!
But it doesn't end there. Clay immediately blames Oral for it.
You've got to learn to be more careful, son.
It hurts, Dad.
Well, it's supposed to. Pain is nature's spankings.
And when he finds the first aid kit that he told Oral not to bring, rather than helping his son, he just drinks the entire bottle of rubbing alcohol. He passes out in a drunken stupor next to the gravely wounded Oral, when a bear...
received a voicemail.